And we are back, Mount Panorama at Bathurst, for what is going to be an incredibly tough 4 hours for our drivers today. My name is George Smith, and of course in the box with Alan Patterson once again. Alan, how are you feeling ahead of this? I've been doing my rain dance. I know that people are going to be upset about that, but I'm hoping that we see some rain coming down here at the mountain.
Morning, George. Hey, good morning, everybody. Yes, thank you very much, and welcome to the mountain, as it's also known as. As you can see from that shot, it's very grey, it's very overcast. I think I said it earlier, you're a bit of a masochist wanting all this pain for these drivers. Not only do they have the challenge of dealing with the mountain, they have the challenge of dealing with 40 plus cars on the mountain, and now you want it to be wet.
Yes.
George, meanie.
Yes. Call me meanie, but I want people to be pushed to the limits. A challenge coming out. Suzuka, our weatherman, promised us a dabble of rain, and it didn't come down. And I think that today we might see something come out. I mean, we know that qualifying was wet. They had to try and set their times in the treacherous conditions. Again, like you said, navigating through traffic whilst trying to get themselves qualified in for their starting positions. I mean, we're just looking at the guys getting themselves warmed up ahead of the race starting. It could still go wet. Practice doesn't indicate what it's going to be when we do actually go live with our session. So, you know, this is going to be a good one. Raceface.Pro Steady State Endurance Series Round 2. Bathurst onto the grid with a 3-minute countdown, and then we will see what this race is going to hold up. Looking from the commentary box as our grid lines themselves up there, Alan, does not look like there's any rain yet coming down, so they will start in the dry.
Yep. Look, let's see. The dynamic weather system is implemented, so we'll have to see. It could change in 10 minutes, it could change in 2 hours, but I've got a feeling there's going to be a change, and that will also introduce a complete different angle of attack as far as strategy goes, because have these guys filled tanks now, or are they running half tanks, etc. So as it is with any race that involves a bit of rain, and if there is going to be rain, it'll completely throw a curveball at the teams and their strategies.
For sure. I mean, we've got the starting grid very similar to what we had last time around. A couple of changes coming through. Obviously, some teams unable to make it. This is good news for the likes of GTWR. They struggled to catch up to Harry Spears in that solo drive at Suzuka for the 6 hour, and now have qualified themselves right on the front row of the grid, lining up next to the ATK Academy. So I think that we're going to have a nice shootout up at the front, and plenty of drivers just trying to get themselves to the end of the race. That's what they've all set themselves the target of. Some want to win it, and others just want to get to the end. Of course, for the top three teams, they're going to take home some prize money. So there's all a lot to play for when it comes down to this race, and this is going to happen each of these races in the series. There's going to be money up for grabs for the top three teams. So it's not something that just counts up for points right at the very end. It's all about making sure you perform on each day of each event.
Exactly, and as you said earlier, a couple of powerhouse teams here as well. There's been some joining ups and merging of teams, but GTWR certainly showing their pace, and the strongest lineup that I've seen in a long time. Sherritt, Addison and Tariq Adam in the McLaren. It's on point at Mount Panorama. It's quick. They got the pole position, but ATK Academy is certainly going to bring the fight to them. Both the McCall brothers there, and Hybrid Academy naturally being there with Onno Fasachi, Johan Berger Grobler and Daniel Rowe. I think we're going to be in for a great tussle. And then also mentioning or just bringing up one or two other teams that are there or thereabouts. A2P with Jason Absmeyer racing with Etienne Kleb, Kinetic Simworks, and then BWR, etc. I think we're going to be in for some awesome dicing going on here, George.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there's some big names, some popular names. We've seen them in the likes of the sim racing community here. in our Southern African sort of bubble of drivers, even reaching out internationally too. But I mean, just look at the size of this grid, just a monster number of cars taken to the mountain today. It's all about surviving. It's all about getting yourself away cleanly. It's all about avoiding collisions and making sure that you've got yourself on point to cross that checkered flag ahead of your competitors. I think the main thing to talk about today is something that changed over from what we had last week or when we were here last for Suzuka, and that is the fact that we don't have a standard pit stop or mandatory pit stop strategy coming out. I mean, we saw at Suzuka was 5 mandatory stops. Each of those needs to have a tire change. That has been dropped for this round. Yes. Drivers can choose their own strategy. So if it does rain, you've got to sort of make the...
Yep. Just to back up what George is saying, while we just find these comms, the lack of strategy or permanent strategy today is going to introduce some interesting driver strats and team strategies, because they do not need to. There's no have to pit. There's no have to how many tires. There's no have to fuel. So we'll let's see exactly what's going to happen here. Teams are currently going around on their pace lap. What I can tell you, by the way, is I think we've had a massive problem somewhere, because I've got 5 cars sitting in the pits at the moment. So already there's going to be a problem for 5 teams. 40th down to 44. We've got an official 44 car entry list on the server, and the cars in the pits actually were random spread right throughout the grid. So I'm not too sure what happened and why they've gone back to pits. But I have.
Do you think they didn't ready up in time ahead of the timer?
I do. I think it's something like that, because they weren't all at the bottom. I had somebody in 22nd drop off. I had somebody in 34 drop off into the pits. So either they forgot to click their drive button, or they weren't ready. But we're almost ready to go. Glad to have you back, by the way. And I'm excited. Here we go, coming down the Conrad Straight. As you can see, Mr. Sherritt booking the cars up. They are still in single file, but they will split into double rows as we get through the chase and down to Murray's Corner, and we're ready for 4 hours.
Oh, I mean, this is going to be a biggie. I think a lot of the drivers are going to be happy for the race to start in the dry. Like I said at the very start, and I'll continue to sort of drive home, is I want it to rain here. I want those skies to open up. I want them to be pushed to the limits. So for a lot of the drivers, they're going to be happy that they're starting off in the dry. I wonder if people are going to bring out those hybrid setups as well, where it's kind of geared towards, if it does rain, they've got a setup that works in the wet as well. Or if people are going to just hedge the bets and think, well, Suzuka was meant to rain, it didn't rain, why don't we just try for a dry setup? Hopefully those drivers don't get caught out. But like you said, drivers are going to start to get themselves lined up into double file. And that is what is going to set us up for the start of this race. It's going to be such a goodie. I can't wait for this one, Alan.
Yeah, 100%. I'm with you. Here we go. Guys are now splitting into 2 rows as they head down the last section into Murray's Corner. And let's see what transpires. We're going to just try and keep coverage here with our helicam as they go onto the start-finish straight. And George, I'm going to let you lead them off and all the way up the mountain, and let's see what happens. Here we go.
Here we go, waiting for the green lights to drop and the flags to set us off, as all of our drivers prepared and ready for what is going to be an incredibly good race. And there we are, live and racing. Here we go, down into Hull Corner. Jordan Sherritt secures that inside line. ATK trying to have a little look-see at what they could muster. But look at that exit from Sherritt. I mean, he's just managed to get a couple of car lengths ahead, and that's a perfect start for the team up at the front. GTWR wanting to win this one. We said it before. ATK will be hunting them down as they make their way down to Griffin's Bend. Got to be very careful not to go side by side through this sort of section. You lose a lot of time as you make your way up the mountain and, of course, make your way to the cutting. Again, a corner that you can't afford to lose time on. You've just got to slot yourself into single file as quick as possible and use the slipstream when you do get to the back end of the mountain on that Conrad straight, down past the chase. That's where you really want to make moves. Up the mountain, it's single file, unless you're really brave and you're really going to push yourself. But up at the top here, where it plateaus out, it plateaus in terms of height elevation before it dips back down. You make your way down to the skyline, and this is just a corner that just drops out in front of you through the dipper. And this section of the track particularly difficult in the dry. If it does rain, this is going to be a controversial area of the mountain for our competitors to deal with, Alan.
Yep, definitely. So great coverage that you just gave us over the top. We now gone through Forest Elbow and onto the Conrad Straight. This 1.9 kilometer long straight, one of the longest on the calendar. And heading towards the chase, these guys are getting upwards of 280 kilometers an hour. The chase was added, by the way, in 1987 just to help slow the cars down. There's some good racing going on just behind these guys. I'm watching in fourth and fifth, Radloff and Epsma as they come down to Murray's Corner, and they're side by side. So there's already racing happening here on the first lap, but over the line we go, and that's the first lap done of the next 4 hours, and a great start. Pretty much everybody got away cleanly, and everyone was behaving, and so we should see some good racing as they head back up towards Quarry Bend and along Mountain Straight.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you just have to get into your head when you're racing in this kind of a race. When you've got a long time on the clock, you know that it's a very difficult circuit. You know that there's probably going to be driver error at some point where you can make up position. Very few people manage to make it through the entire race without some sort of an incident, a little clip of the wall, misjudging a braking zone, losing some speed and momentum coming up. So you do just have to set yourself up for what the long game is going to be. You've got an open pit stop strategy to deal with. You know that the clouds are out. You know that it might rain. You've just got to look at all of those events. Look at King and Fenter as well, just following each other up through to the top of the plateau, and Fenter in that Bentley just hunting down that Aston Martin, hugging onto the back wing, trying to put the pressure on, has to brake a little bit earlier coming down into Skyline to avoid coming into the back end of King. That might give King a breathing space or two, but it's not done and dusted just yet. This is where it becomes such a struggle when you've got someone on your back wing like this, putting the pressure on. You're just trying to keep focus with what's in front of you, but you cannot avoid what is happening in your mirrors as well. So Bernard King doing a great job there just to defend against Fenter, and now down the back of the Conrad Straight has enough room, I think, to avoid that slipstream effect from Fenter being able to catch up before the chase. But that was interesting. I mean, the chase added in, like you said, to slow cars down, and now it's one of the quickest corners in any of the GT3 calendars that we look at. So it doesn't do too much now with all the downforce in the cars, but could you imagine without it? It would just be absolutely insane trying to come into the braking zone.
Oh, it would be. Sorry, I'm just watching further back from this race, 11th, 12th and 13th place. There's a huge gathering of everybody as they come through the chase. While we were watching those guys just up ahead in 11th, Richard Herring in the big Bentley, he met the wall up at the top somewhere through the dipper area just after Skyline, and booked this whole train of cars up here, which are now all busy trying to negotiate and pass each other. He managed to get going, and then Jason Isherwood just behind him in his Bentley also had a moment just through Forest's Elbow, and the whole train of cars, they were side by side coming down the Conrad Straight, but we'll watch them as they head up into Quarry Bend here and then go towards the cutting, and we'll see everybody still definitely trying to get some positions early on in the race, settling down for the pace, but as you can see, there's certain people kind of can get through areas a little bit quicker than others. Richard Herring now seriously struggling as he goes through Griffin's Mount.
This Bentley, Alan, of Richard Herring may as well be painted orange. It's more of a hazard cone on the circuit at this point. And after he's damaged it, if he has touched the wall, I mean, that's just going to be an absolute sea monster to try and control. The big Boatley, just not a fan of getting damaged. And here, where you need so much of that aero effect, especially when you're going through these tight and windies, those sort of medium to slower speed corners are going to affect you, as well as your downforce in terms of going down the straights. I mean, it's not so much a worry, but it's the tight and tricky bits that are so difficult. And you can just see, like you mentioned, I mean, he's just kind of backed everybody up here, and they are going to be losing time. So side by side, Isherwood going to be trying to take the party against that bend. He's lost some time. Richard actually kind of giving that position away for free. Doesn't want to deal with the pressure. Feels that Isherwood should come through. So missed the braking zone. Does one or two cars actually, Alan. And I mean, we said it. Put somebody under enough pressure and they will buckle. They will. And we see the first couple of drivers having that happen to them.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Van Rooyen, I think it was either Van Rooyen or Van der Merwe, one of the
I think it was Van der Merwe. I think you're right. It's Van der Merwe.
Right, we're back, and yeah, he just outbraked himself coming into the chase and tapped the Bentley. They both ran a bit deep. I don't think too much harm was done. They are still both running. They didn't turn around, but
look how many positions Herring lost running off there. He's down to 20th place after making that mistake. So Richard going to be kicking himself. And I can always throw a little bit of banter in. Richard and I go way back in sim racing. And we always have a bit of a rivalry. He picks the Bentleys, I pick the Porsches. And I feel that that's his Bentley's fault at this point.
It is. It's probably arguably the biggest car with the BMW, which I'm driving at the moment. And it is certainly not easy. It needs to be bullied around Mount Panorama. I'm going to take a
Oh, there's another off there. Sorry, just saw somebody just trying to get back on the circuit at the top of Skyline, and that's not a place you want to try and rejoin the circuit. Everybody's coming through there at pace, and you are just holding on to the grip through that left-hander before you approach Skyline. So a car coming onto the circuit, you actually can't avoid, to be fair. So not an easy place to try and rejoin the circuit.
No. There's oh my word, right up at the top. This is 30th, 31st position at Skyline by McPhillamy Park. There's 3 or 4 cars in the sand trap up there. I'm just trying to catch up and see what's going. They've got going again, and they're going through the dipper. It's Sheldon de Trebu, Byron Walker, Gareth Hawkins in 31st place, and he's now got a whole pile of pressures. They've all caught up to the back of him. They were side by side right over that plateau at McPhillamy Park. And they all went into the sand trap, 3 cars next to each other. So the yellow Porsche was involved in that, and the yellow Lamborghini. But here we go. The Lambo showing a bit of damage. The bonnet looks a little bit ajar. But just
active aero enabled on that Lamborghini as he comes into the braking zone. But Byron Walker managing to get past there on the straights. And this is sort of testament to what we're saying, Alan. If you have a mistake, you damage your car, you lose out so much time. You lose so many positions against cars that are undamaged. So there's so much to be said about just making sure, maybe go a little bit slower around the circuit, but make sure you keep it off of the walls of the barriers. And in the long run, you're going to save yourself a lot of grief.
Yep, definitely. Hawkins has in fact brought the Lambo into the pits as we're watching Brian Lewis going around in the Porsche. And I'm telling you, there are currently 6 cars in the pits in the bottom end of this grid. So there's been a lot of back of the field damage happening. A lot of guys already in the pits having to do some repairs. So yeah, maybe like you say, take it a little bit slower, rather get over the top cleanly without causing too much damage. But then again, the guys are racing. The guys are obviously trying to overtake some people. If you're not too aware on your surroundings and you're not watching too carefully, you're going to already have problems. Oh dear, Javonte Rika in 42nd place just exited the pits, and he's got a stop-go for speeding too early in the pits. So he's going to now have to do a stop-go there. Just want to welcome everybody to our YouTube channel this morning. thank you to everybody who is here and has joined. Pierre Grundlig's there. Sergeant Wolf is there. Derek Peters, good morning. Camo ZA. Dragon Ball Dude, Gideon Renner, and Joffin TV. Everyone's here. So, and Sean Kelly. Welcome, guys.
Very warm welcome indeed, and we just saw Isherwood making a nice pass there on Brian Lewis, who heads into the pits
as well.
So maybe a little bit of damage coming out there. Isherwood making some nice progress in the last couple of laps. I mean, we've seen him make up 2 positions in that Bentley, gets himself up into the single digits, into that P9 spot. But as Lewis peels in here, he's going to lose a lot of positions. There's so many cars on the circuit. You can just see them at the top right of the screen on that little track map. You can just see where people are coming through. You come into the pits, if it's out of strategy, I mean, you are going to be kicking yourself because you don't want to be in there. But again, following closely around the mountain, these GT3 cars, they're made to be beasts, of course, but of course all of that aero also affects them. And here we go, a little replay coming up here, and I think this is what you were talking about. Yep. Oh, you see you're parked on the wrong side of the track there, and everybody getting caught up in that chaos. You are on the edge of grip through that left-hander. You're chasing that right apex. You are a passenger at that point, and if there's a car parked in front of you, it's very difficult to try and avoid it. And unfortunately, 100%. That is going to be quite a lot of damage based on the speed that you're carrying through there.
The other unfortunate thing is, as you come around the left hand at McPhillamy, after you've done the dip and you come onto that plateau where this happened, it's a blind left corner. So the yellow flag only comes out once the car's actually gone into the sand trap, and the guys are coming at such a speed through that dip, through the left hand at McPhillamy onto that plateau before Skyline. And, you know, there's a car on the racing line sideways and it's static. There's going to just be dramas, and unfortunate for those teams. They've been collected. They've had to go into the pits. Some have, some haven't. But, there's been a lot of cars already in the pits, and they've done repairs. They're back out and going. Jordan Sherritt, after 17, 18 minutes, he is up the road by 8.5 seconds already. So he's keeping his nose clean. He's not under any pressure. Followed by Morgan McCall for ATK Academy, with Daniel Rowe Hybrid in 3rd place. That's your top 3 at the moment. And here we go. It's heading towards a very exciting race by the looks of things. Our weather showing clouds all the way for the next 30 minutes. So it's certainly not clearing, George, but there's no rain yet, but who knows?
I mean, it also looks like we don't have wind. I mean, you correct me if I'm wrong, but with no wind up here and it just sort of staying like this, I think that's going to favor a lot of the teams. What I want to see is a gust come in and actually blow some rain down on here. We've kind of gotten through the very difficult start to this race, and at this point now, I'm ready for the rain to come out. I got my rain pants on. I might pop out of the comms box, do a little rain dance, and try and summon some of it here. But it's a good race right up the front. Of course, you can see Daniel Rowe hunting down on McCall, Jason Absmeyer. These 3 drivers keeping each other very much in check, but allowing Jordan Sherritt at the same time to kind of check out of things.
Indeed. And Daniel Rowe definitely trying to get into Morgan's head as he comes down.
My favorite, the flashes, they're on. There's some drivers that just have that linked up to the throttle pedal, and every time they're accelerating, the flashes are going, and it's okay. It's all part of the sport. I like it.
All good. Well, Jason, he got super close there under braking on the into the chase. He is just behind Daniel Rowe, and also putting on the pressure. So this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, looking from the back of Morgan McCall's car, and Daniel Rowe definitely trying to get into Morgan's head. And I think Rob, I don't know if he's on YouTube yet, he's probably there or lurking and just saying, ignore that guy in the mirror, focus on what's ahead of you.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in this position before, have the McCalls. They've built up that sort of reputation for themselves up at the front end of the order, and they have dealt with this kind of pressure. So some nice split view coming out here from our production team. Big shout out to Steady State, of course, the people responsible for the beautiful production that we have going down, and also putting up for some of the sponsorship for these events. So, you know, when you are playing for money, it's all out there, and it's certainly nice to do a couple of hours of sim racing and get a little coin in the pocket. So big shout out to, of course, Steady State for that, and a shout out to Raceface for making this all possible. Just been growing and growing, and it's phenomenal to see. Getting right up and close, and a little touch even. It felt like have to back off there. Daniel Rowe thinks, and has to let Morgan just get through the top of the mountain. This is where you just there's no place to pass. You just got to try and carry. You want to keep this gap as close as possible when you exit Forest Elbow, so you can get the run down the straight, use the slipstream, and pull out before you get through that fast right-hander at the end of the Conrad Straight. So that's where it all is. And Jason Absmike, he's in a perfect position
right
here.
there.
He's there. He's ready to pounce. Being in that third spot, we've seen it so many times. You can make up free positions because the cars in front of you are battling, and you see a very injured Bentley just limping and bouncing off there, looking like a ping pong ball in the background of that shot. And for the competitors we're following now, luckily that was not going to be an issue. I think that driver doing a good job to just keep it off of the racing line. And now Rowe, is he going to go around the outside? Is he going to have a look to see if he can? He can't. McCall keeps him squeezed and just making that Mercedes as wide as possible. That Ferrari, though, on the chase and on the hunt. Jason Absmeyer just following in tow. What a nice race we've got from second down to fourth place here, Alan.
It's amazing. It's Mercedes versus Ferrari versus Aston. Super evenly balanced, but Jason Abs got a great drive coming out of Forest Elbow. I thought he would be able to get up next to the Ferrari, but all three of them seem to be super slippery. They've obviously set the cars up for top speed, and it's here where it counts. And as we can see, still Daniel Rowe on that flasher button, and he's definitely trying to rattle Morgan's cage. Jason's staying right there or thereabouts, because if and when something does happen, Daniel Rowe's going to go send, and Jason's going to try and follow suit. Should they come together and there's a bit of contact, Jason's going to inherit this position easily. So here, everyone backs out a bit. Here you can see he gets Daniel Rowe is so close now. I mean, it's right here where he gets super close as they go past over Skyline, now through the SEs and the Big Dipper. It's a roller coaster going down here, down now towards Forest Elbow. Get the drive out of this corner for 1.9 kilometers, a foot flat, and here we go again. They're pretty evenly spread out as they head back down the hill.
Oh, I mean, what a defensive drive coming out from Morgan at the moment. I mean, that's monstrous pressure coming out. Daniel Rowe, not an easy driver to have behind you, and it's certainly a good job coming out from the McCall Speed team. Of course, right now they've just got it all to play for at the moment. I mean, you've got to hold on to this position. You've got to do this now for 3 hours and 41 minutes, and hope that maybe when it comes down to your pit stop strategy, something's going to come out. And I must just sort of applaud Jason Absmeyer for his drive at the moment. Very patient, just waiting it out there. He's just following on and making sure that he is in the best position for his team here, not doing anything too silly in terms of lunges. He could easily come into the back of Daniel Rowe, and he's just doing a good job to keep a car length back, just to see what is going to play out here, playing for the long game. And I think that's a brilliant place to be in if you are in that number 666 Aston Martin. Just get to see what's panning out. Daniel Rowe losing a bit of time down the back of the mountain straight here, maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure coming in from Absmeyer as they start to make their way up the hill. McCall, he's now got probably the first bit of fresh air that he's felt since the start of this race, and the pressure being applied to Daniel Rowe. Doesn't have time to use the flashes now, does he, Alan?
No, he's a little bit busy right now, to be honest, George. Here's a whole bunch of... There's a bit of contact into the wall now. They're getting all stuck amongst traffic. Oh, there was huge contact. That was the Ferrari, actually. So...
Was it the Ferrari, not the Aston?
It was Jason. It was the Aston. I beg your pardon. Thanks for that. That BMW literally idling over the top of the mountain. That goes to show the speed differential between the teams here. And that certainly caught all three of these drivers by surprise. They had managed to get through okay, but I think Jason did get a little bit of damage on that Aston.
A little bit of back it up like a fire truck taking place at the top of that. And unfortunately, this is what we're going to deal with. We've got a variety of skill sets here today.
Yes,
some of the teams, again, we said at the start, they're just trying to get to the end of the race, feeling like they survived. The other drivers, of course, trying to fight it out for these prize-paying positions, should I say. Jason Absmai just outside of that in 4th place, but 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place all going to be taking home some moolah, and that's, of course, motivational to where you want to finish. Hopefully, Jason's car not too damaged. We don't want to see any kind of incident that takes away the heat of this kind of a battle. We saw at Suzuka, we didn't have this kind of thing up at the front. It was very spaced out. The entire race in itself had a couple of battles, but there we go. Yes. Yeah, just comes into contact with that wall, and like you said, that BMW up at the top. There's not very many places for you to go. I mean, if you're being blue flagged, you're trying to be as predictable as possible. You're not trying to park it on the apex. You're trying to stay out wide of where people aren't going to come, and you come up the top of the hill, you see a car in front of you. It throws you off a little bit. And I think that's just what shattered Jason's rhythm slightly.
Yeah.
But what a nice fight it was up at the front. We can also see here Tristan Viviers chasing down onto the likes of Tolkien. I think that's a lonely NSX here at the mountain. I don't think we have too many of those entries on the card today.
Honda, I've only seen that one, to be honest. Tolkien's in a Honda in 15th.
Yeah, he's the. I think that's the only one though.
The BMW was Gerber, who's down in 30th at the moment. So I'm just looking to see if there's any. Yeah, no, there are. That is the lone only Honda NSX that's out here today.
It's also another nice little scrap between the two of them for 15th and 16th place. I mean, Vivia's trying to get past Tolkien, but again, if you've got the line and you've got a slight bit of pace, you're going to force somebody to go around the top of you or top of the mountain around you in such an awkward place that they're not going to be able to either make the next corner or they're going to have a contact with the wall. So you just got to make sure you keep that rhythm up. You can't...
it happens.
That's a nice little shortcut that will be certainly counted as an off-track warning for the likes of Tolkien. Got to be careful of those, because you only got a couple of warnings before you're going to start getting allocated drive-through penalties. And with 3 hours and 37 minutes left of the race, going to be very, very awkward if you are going to pick those penalties up.
There are. Another interesting fact here is the team. The team makeup, if I can put it that way. We've got quite a wide variety of what's going on here. We've got some 3-man teams, we've got some 2-man teams, and I know for a fact that we have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 single drivers doing it today. One of those being, that's Viviers. He's turned that Audi round. Is he stuck on the curb? He is stuck on the curb. Oh, there he gets it off the curb and off he goes again. So the chase has caught another person out. He turned that Audi round, but he's coming along. Nice safe rejoin. There we go. So he's back on and going. Don't think there was any damage. He isn't coming into the pits. Oh, and the BMW's turned round again on the corner. That's the cutting as they're going up the mountain. I'm sure that was the BMW. Let me just go and double check quickly.
Just a lot of chaos taking place today. We need a camera crew of 30 to be able to keep up with everything and the shenanigans that are taking place on the circuit. And this is in the dry.
Exactly.
I still don't see wind coming out here today. Oh, look at Jason
is in the boot of that Ferrari.
So maybe picking up a little bit of damage, but not letting it show on his race pace at all. Daniel Rowe still feeling the pressure. The three of them really need to kind of work together to catch up to share it. But that is not happening. When you are on track, you've just got the blinders on. You only care about the car in front of you. And Daniel Rowe, he's hunting down onto the back of Morgan McCall. Jason Absmeyer hunting down onto Daniel Rowe. But this is certainly some good racing to see at a circuit like this.
Here's the replay of the Audi. Oh, he did it all on his own. So some good pressure from the Honda, and that caused that Audi to turn around all on his own, and then he managed to get it stuck there by the looks of things. But off they go. That was the BMW, in fact, that did get stuck, turned around at the cutting. He has unfortunately returned to the pits. That's Dougaba, and he's now sitting in the pits for 3 minutes because of the return to pits. So he's going to go down a lap or two already. I can tell you in 9th place, Kieran Patterson for PWSR. He is doing this solo today, by the way. His teammate has been called out on an emergency call out. So this youngster is unfortunately going to have to sit and do this all on his lonesome. And I know further back in the grid as well, I think it's Noor Hendricks. No, he's not here. I'm not sure who the other driver is. There are one or two others that are single driving today. I'll find that out and I'll bring it to you just now. Here we see Paul Fenter for Deadman Racing as he comes up through the cutting in his big Bentley, and he's being followed closely by Van der Merwe in the Aston Martin. Some bright colored cars here, so they're easily going to be seen. Here's the blind left corner I was telling you about as they head to McPhillamy Park. When you come around here, you do not see what's around this corner. It's that wall kind of seals off your view, and that's where the problem happened earlier. And then here through the SEs, looking backwards now as they go down the dipper. Also a very difficult place to negotiate, and if it's wet, it's going to be super slippery through there. And then the last braking point, a lot of people get their braking points wrong and run along into that outer lying wall through Forest's Elbow. But if you get the good drive, if you get the drive properly done, you head down Conrad Straight, heading north of 280 kilometers an hour down this 1.9 kilometer straight. George, I can tell you the official lap record, by the way, for Bathurst. The track length, 6.2 kilometers long. It is held by Shane van Gisbergen from 2016 in a McLaren 650 with a 201.567. That's the official class record, but there is an unrestricted record or the outright lap by Christopher Mies in an Audi R8 with the restrictors turned off, and that was a 159.2. So there's at least 2 seconds difference between an unrestricted GT3 and the normal class GT3s as we know them. And that record still stands today. The Bentleys and everyone else that's come after that, this lap record holding since 2016 with the older revision McLaren 650, a 201.5. How are our leaders doing here? We've got Jordan Sherritt's best at a 201.4. So he's pretty much right on par with the lap record as far as the real cars go.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Sherritt is just an absolute gem in sim racing, and we are so lucky to have him, representing our country when he does put his name out there for the international events.
Yep.
And when he comes into these events, he's almost untouchable. And in that team that he's formed up with Tariq Adam and Luke Addison, certainly people to keep an eye out on, especially going forward. All youngsters, all have the potential to really master the art of sim racing, if not already mastered. But when you do chat to Jordan, he's always very humble, and when he says, it's all down to practice, it's all down to time and effort being put in. Jason Absmeyer still on the back end of row. I mean, these two have not let each other go. Morgan kind of struggling to pull away from the likes of Rowe, even though he is being put under pressure from Jason Absmeyer. So certainly something between the setups going down for Morgan. He just wants that breathing space. Yellow flags being waved there in front of them as they come into the right-hander to start the ascent up, and perhaps that McLaren just having touched into the wall. Blue flags now out as well. Yep. Not a place you want to be blue flagged. He's going to just hang it out wide. Good job from that McLaren to just allow the race leaders through without impacting their race as they make their way up to the top of the mountain. but certainly a good race on our hands, especially down in this. And look how much time Morgan has actually made up from that. Was that another little tap of the wall from Jason Absmeyer? Just a scratch, a smidge. Runs very wide as he makes his way up to Skyline as well. That's going to impact the tyre cleanliness as he gets into the braking zone. Does manage to get it slowed down again, and for the first time in this race, probably the furthest back he's been on Daniel Rowe.
Yeah, I think the traffic's also coming into play with these guys. He's actually dropped off quite a substantial bit there, so possibly that was quite a heavy impact that he's made in the Aston Martin. But Daniel Rowe kind of hanging on as they come up to another car that Morgan's going to get past shortly. Blue flags are out for the back markers, so they are aware of what's happening. While this is happening, a whole lot of drama is also happening up and down the timing sheets. That BMW that was in the pits earlier, he now just got a drive-through penalty, but I think that might have been cleared already. The guys also at the back of the field, I was watching Kevin Skeppers just now. He is in 40th position in his Lexus. That Lexus is looking severely second-hand. He's had some huge problems going almost every lap up and down the mountain. So he is already 3 laps behind the leaders. So after 30 minutes of racing, that shows the pace differential that we've got here between the leaders, Sherritt, McCall, Rowe, Absmeyer, etc., and the guys at the back end of the field, Maloso, Sabata, Dochaber, Kevin Skeppers, etc. They're all down on 11 laps, and the struggle is real for those guys. You've got to feel for them. Not only do they have to deal with the mountain, but they've also got to deal with the traffic and the fast cars, and also some weather if George gets his way here. Oh, that Ferrari's wide. Oh my word!
It's a lot of traffic going to sort of be the main thing to contend with here until the clouds open up, hopefully, and bring the rain. But I mean, right now you're just going to be so careful. But Morgan not able to pull away from Daniel when Daniel was under pressure, and now has allowed Daniel to catch back up to him. I saw that Robert McCall was in the stream chat, Alan. You're wondering where he was, and he's certainly there. He says that we must please ask Rowe to stop flashing. And you know what my answer to that is already.
Yeah, let's hey, hello, it's Sebo Maloto. He's on the YouTube channel. Clinton Riddell's there. How's it? Robert McCall. Hello, Rob. We can't do that, Rob. Sorry, it's part of the game. You're allowed to do that. Tell Morgan to look ahead and ignore what's behind him.
Just turn off the mirrors. Don't focus on the mirrors. Focus on what's in front. Clinton just saying game sound too loud. So giving us a little bit of feedback. Let us know if all the levels are okay now. We do have a phenomenal crew of people in the background to make all the magic happen. So that feedback will be relayed to them, and we'll get it just right for you guys to enjoy. We've still got 3 hours and 26 minutes of racing to take place here today. So let's make sure that all of that is fine and dandy. And thank you to everybody for joining us. If you like what you see, don't forget to leave us a cheeky little subscribe, a little thumbs up. If you don't like it, you can use a thumbs down if you really want to. I see we've already amassed 3 thumbs downs, Alan. Yeah. Maybe that's because we were saying we wanted to rain. But
I think it's all your fault. I'm sorry. That's commentator's curse, George. You're asking for these poor souls going over Mount Panorama to now not only deal with the likes of Sherritt and company, but also to deal with Zeus and the gods as they throw rain down. And right here we see Daniel Rowe. He gets super quick right here at Skyline. Look at this. He gets so close over this part of the mountain. Just now he was on the sand, and so that's clearly where he's way quicker than Morgan. He's throwing caution to the wind as he goes over that part of the track, Skyline, just before the Essies, and he's very close here now as they get onto the Conrad Straight. He is there, but the Mercedes, huge horsepower, has got some good top speed. Morgan's actually just chilling in the car. He's he's having fun. I'm sure he's enjoying.
He's probably got the aircon on as he goes down the Conrad straight. Just look at that gap he manages to pull on the Ferrari, and unfortunately for Daniel Rowe, he's catching him in all the places that you're not going to fit two GT3 cars alongside, and that allows Morgan to just park it in the right place. We continue to see the flashes going down. The mind games continue from Daniel Rowe, and you can flash them as many times as you wish. You got to do the job and get past at the end of the day. So good job from Morgan to just stay focused at this point in the race. We know that a lot of competitors don't like the flashies, but very good job to it actually sort of at some point it turns around. If somebody behind you is flashing to get into your head and it's not working, it gets into their head that they're trying everything. Every little element of trying to play mind games is being exploited, and it's not working. It comes back to burn them. So you just got to do what you do, keep focusing, and I think it's a good job from Morgan at the moment and giving us a tasty look at that little battle as well with Kieran Patterson at the top left.
He's now boxing Jason Isherwood in there. He's used that back marker to his advantage, and that has just happened. Jason couldn't move out from behind it. Kieran had covered him on the inside, and that's a position change. That's 8th place done and dusted.
Beautiful move coming out there from Kieran Patterson. You can pat him on the back for me later. But I mean, you mentioned that he's doing this solo. So again, another big shout out there to all the drivers taking to this treacherous track, doing it solo without being able to hand over the reins. 4 hours of concentration required. And some on top of that. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. For those drivers, maybe I'll ease up on my rain dance. I'll think, you've done enough coming up to do this. But for everybody else, I still hope it rains.
Gosh, you're so nasty. So
you called them poor souls earlier, and I was going to say if they finish in the top 3, they'll be a little bit richer. So
that's true. I see missing from the first round is Mr. Harry Spears. He was entered to race, but he is not here today. He was also going to be a solo driver. And I'm trying to find anybody else. Noor Hendricks was supposed to be driving. His name is on the server, but he hasn't pitched up or arrived, so he's not here either. Devon Ellis, he was another driver. He's also not here that I can see. So possibly at the moment, the only person I know factually that is doing this as a single driver is Kieran. But he's a big boy, and he'll have to deal with it however best he can.
So is Hybrid Academy now sponsored out by Ping, Tribe Nerds, and Evo Media?
Yes,
interesting.
So that happened,
interesting.
Earlier on this week, there was a little bit of an update happened to the livery packs that I received, and they have received this additional support sponsorship from Ping, and it's also on some of the LNR cars. So there's a little bit of a not a merger, but a working together between Hybrid Academy and LNR, and the sponsorship has gone to both those teams, or is being seen on both of their cars. But obviously not here. These are not custom liveries, but yeah, that's what I believe is has happened. I see we got a 15-second penalty for car number 83, causing a collision earlier. That's Full Skank in the Porsche. He's down in 33rd place. And Mr. Myberg in the pits, as well as Sean Buck from 14th place. That was quite an early pit stop for him. So I think some different strategies. I'm just having a look to see if I can see anything. Oh, that Aston's quite beaten up. I think there was a huge collision with Sean Buck as it goes into the pits. The bonnet was sitting askew, so there was possibly some contact somewhere.
So I see in the chat Erasmus saying not Alan Art, was TTH.
Oh, TTH. I beg your pardon.
Splitting that sponsorship out. Thanks for that, guys. Tariq Adams saying no money, no Harry. Not quite sure what that means, because there's still prize money today. I think Harry also did say that he wasn't going to be able to race in all the rounds. So certainly something to just bear in mind. Nick's in the chat saying amped to play. So certainly supporting out Jason, Absmeyer and Etienne Kleb. They've fallen off a little bit here on the battle, but still in shot and still able to do something. I mean, what a defensive drive from Morgan McCall, though, just stopping from Daniel Rowe from being able to make any progress here. And this has cost all three of these drivers a lot of time in trying to catch up to Sherritt, and that will certainly be in the favor of GTWR. Can't wait to see what Tariq Adam can do when he gets in the car. Can't wait to see what Luke Addison does. And
yep.
I'm not a biased commentator, but I'm so happy to see all three of those drivers paired up together. And I think that they're going to go far in this little world of sim racing.
Yeah, it's a power team. The three of them definitely. As I say that, I'm just watching Jordan Sherritt come over the mountain, and he is stuck behind two cars. Jordan Sherritt up the road by 20 and a half seconds at the moment from Morgan McCall. So that dicing happening between McCall, Rowe and Absmeyer has definitely, as you say, slowed them down. Sherritt now coming down Conrad Straight and passing the back markers. As we see, he's just gone past the Aston Martin, and he's coming up to that BMW. But pretty much 100% clean. Look at the car. There's no marks on it. He hasn't touched anything. He hasn't touched anyone. Really perfect drive already at the moment. What I can tell you, and I'm not too sure, we'll have to see how this pans out a little bit later. Tariq Adam has not been having the best of times of late in the McLaren. His last two races haven't been very good at all in the local league, in the weekly league, the GT3 Championship. So wow, that BMW going one way and then changing its mind, and we almost saw Jason go into the back of it. Not Jason, Jordan, I beg your pardon. He almost hit the back of that BMW. So that's what we say about being predictable. If you're staying there, stay there. Don't all of a sudden go and change. But the BM staying out the way in the background, and Jordan heads up the hill through the cutting, Griffin's Mount, and now all the camping sites on your right-hand side in this part of the world. It's Reed Park, Salmon Park, and then McPhillamy. And then right here at the top, this is known as Skyline. As you head over here towards the Essies, through the tight Essies, and then this one, the Dipper. And now we switch to Rowe, and Rowe, as usual, still flashing at that Mercedes. This is where he gets very close to the back of Morgan McCall. And here you can see it happen again. As they get to Skyline, he's like right here. He has to apply a little bit of braking, obviously. Morgan hitting the brakes a couple of times there just to settle the Mercedes down. Flies through that section now, heads down through the Dipper towards Forest Elbow, holds onto a tight apex, climbs on the gas, and I'll tell you what, Daniel Rowe can't get much closer than this, and he still cannot get next to the Mercedes when they get down to the chase. In fact, the Mercedes is pulling away from the Aston Martin.
No, I mean, it's just, there's nothing he can do. He doesn't have the top end to match that Mercedes. Even if he sits in that slipstream, it's just not working out for him. And where he is catching up in those sort of tight and windies, yes, and going through the top of the mountain, he can't get past when Morgan is putting the car in the right place. So he's in his head, and I think that Morgan is in Daniel's head, because at the same time they know that they're going to struggle through the entire race like this. What's almost better for Daniel is to try and work off a pit stop strategy where they are going to get the advantage coming out. Try and put yourself out into fresh air whilst your competitor is caught up in the traffic. We've seen how that traffic can be so difficult to navigate. That BMW that Jordan almost ran into the back of, I mean, someone like that comes out, is not predictable. It can cause absolute havoc for you as a driver. So it's not something you want to see. You said it. We want to see drivers being predictable, but they're not always going to be like that. And that's just one of the parcels that you get to unwrap when you come into an endurance event like this.
Exactly. Speaking of which, the traffic. Morgan is now arriving on some traffic as they head up the hill. There are a couple of cars that they are coming to. They're going to be meeting shortly. Skitter in the Bentley, and that Aston. sure Jason just hit the wall. Here we go again, looking at he's next to him. And there's the mistake. It's happened. The pressure has happened. The Ferrari was right there, and Morgan hit the wall as they were turning at Skyline. I'm sure we'll get a replay of that, please, Mr. Producer. But that's allowed Rowe to go through, and Jason's followed through. It's all happening right now.
So I've got to wonder, is any damage dealt out to the Ferrari of Daniel Rowe? If so, Jason Absmeyer may be going to be able to work with this. Got to make sure that he hangs on to the back of Rowe here. We certainly feel like Rowe was being held up through a lot of the circuit here over the last couple of laps that he was chasing down. So will he be the unleashed cork in the bottle now and pull a gap to Absmeyer? That's something we're going to have to keep an eye out on. Jason certainly not going to give that away for free. But now Daniel Rowe having cleared through Morgan McCall, buckled under pressure just slightly at the top there. I mean, it was a good drive up until that point. We said it, the very best in our country will still make mistakes out at a circuit like this.
Indeed. I think we're going to get, here we go, here's a replay. Excuse me. So Morgan comes through the sharp left. This is where Daniel's got very close. He gets next to him.
Oh, did he?
There could have been a bit of contact there.
I think there could have been a little contact as well. I think our viewers also seeing that in the chat. Was it a punt or the AMG lost it itself? I mean, certainly the word punt wouldn't be something that I used, a mere little tap between the two, but a small tap like that could be enough to send you into the wall and just unstabilizes the car. Get back up through the mountain past that BMW. It's at least it's got the orange safety cone livery on it.
Yeah, look, I think just going back to that accident, one good thing is that it's helped. Morgan managed to get the car turned around and going in the right direction. There was no engine stall. Here we go again. And right there, just before they get to the actual Skyline, there could have been a little corner tap. But Morgan does very well just to donut pivot the car, a gentle tap on the wall, the engine's still running, and he is in fourth place. So he's essentially lost 2 positions. He might have a little bit of damage to the car, but we'll have to see what the steward's saying. We'll be watching the timing sheets to see if there's any penalty dished out. Right there, I'll tell you what, the side of Jason Absmeyer's Aston Martin, the front and the side of his Aston Martin is hammered. I mean, he has panel beated that car 3 times against the wall. So, Jason, I'm surprised he's got the speed that he does have. He is seriously struggling, as you see Morgan coming down towards the chase. And the car doesn't look too bad, to be honest. Oh, dear. My kids, Kieran Patterson just gets a 5-second penalty. There's obviously been some contact somewhere.
Some naughty being handed up. But you're talking about Jason's Aston. It was reminding me of my school shoes I had in grade 7.
Scuffed. Good word.
By the end of the end of the school term, because I never got the polish out on them. And hopefully for him, not going to be too much of an issue. Morgan going to be trying to catch back up to where he was. Hopefully, if there's a time penalty for their team, they'll be thinking, well, we can make that up when they have to go into the pit stop. So you just got to keep focused, got to keep your head down, continue to bring out the lap times that you've got. Hopefully, not have too much damage. I think that little maneuver you called it the donut pivot. I think in Call of Duty, a 360 no scope at the top of Skyline, but gets away with it. Kind of minimizes the damage coming down. And here we'll see another replay of what took place there. So here comes Daniel Rowe. Was there a little bit of contact? Was there a bit of net code? I mean, if there was anything, it was the smallest of anythings. And we know that net code in sim racing is a thing. Could have been what caused it. What we really need is like the top-down view, almost like we're watching Scale Electric's cars. So if our producers can get us the top-down view, it will show us if they came into contact at all. That would be great. I know I'm asking for a lot, but if we could get like a top-down view of that, it would be great.
Mr. Producer, if we can go forward to
we've got a penalty for Daniel Rowe, hey? 15 seconds coming up. So I think they've called it contact.
Yeah, I think there was contact. But look at this. Jason is stuck in amongst the traffic with Daniel Rowe. They've just come over the mountain with this pink Bentley and the 2 cars in the distance. They've managed to get their way through, but this is as close as it's been for a long time. Here you can see the stuffing on the Aston. It's seriously scraped and damaged. But Epsma managing still to keep some speed in the car. A lot of penalties actually up and down their timing screen. Rowe carrying now 15 seconds for that contact, so that's a confirmation there was a bit of touch with him and Morgan. Morgan still there in fourth. Kieran Patterson with a 5 second for probably a soft nerve or touch somebody somewhere. Van der Merwe and Childs. So the race organisers and the stewards doing a superb job behind the scenes and finding everything, seeing everything, and dealing with everything.
I'm just going to pop down to the stewards room for a second. Alan, I'll be back
You do
in a
that,
second.
that's fine. I'll keep on going here. So, Absma, as we see, he's now having to do big defensive against Daniel Rowe, and they are coming up to traffic. There is a McLaren up ahead, which is Janse van Rensburg. He's in 34th place that Daniel Rowe's arriving at. And he's going to do his best to just get over the mountain quick enough so that he doesn't hold these guys up. Right there, you can see how close Jason gets to that wall. Fenter from 7th place goes into the pits. Excuse me, and that's almost on the hour, so kind of a expected possible pit stop. Blue flag's waving there for Van Rensburg, and I'm sure he's aware that he can see these guys arriving in the mirrors. Just gets to Conrad straight in time, and Rowe and Epsma now will just gently cruise past as they head down the straight, and no harm, no foul. The McLaren's certainly quick in a straight line, and there we go. So Rowe does in fact get past. Epsma still got to get there. The gap quite large at the moment between these two, but everything's safe and sound as they head through the chase and come down to start another lap. Jordan Sherritt out on his 25th lap, so we're almost at the hour. He's been going 55 minutes, 58 minutes. Timing wise, his best a 201.4, his last a 201.8. So Jordan pretty much like a metronome. Okay, George, you with me?
I am with you. I was just popping down to the steward's box to
All
see if we could get some clarification on when the penalties come out and what they're for, just for our just for our sanity.
There's going to be another replay coming in here shortly. Here we go. It's the top-down view.
Oh, here we go. This is what we want to see. Was there contact between the two? Morgan McCall obviously up in front here. We're waiting for Daniel Rowe to come into picture. Definitely lost a lot of speed, which caused him to kind of get caught up here. But let's just have a look and see exactly where it came down. So there we go. Here comes Daniel Rowe into shot. Hug the inside apex. Daniel Rowe wanting to have a little look down the inside. There's a little bit of contact there, isn't there? Such a small amount upsets the car. I mean, I think there's going to be two ends to that story. People are going to either think that was a fair penalty to come through, or it's going to be a bit harsh. I'm staying completely impartial to it and letting the stewards do what they're employed to do. We're just here to make noises with our mouths, and I'm just sad that the battle is done and dusted for now. But we handed another treasure with Rowe and Absmeyer making their way through the look how much traffic is here.
Yeah, it
feels like Joburg on a Monday morning.
These two Astons, and I'll tell you what, they're racing, so they need to keep a watch out on their mirrors. Here's Sabata also just up ahead in his Bentley, and Rowe gets through. Oh, and those Astons almost contact, and they're almost turning around. Absma's now got stuck between them as he comes through the chase, so this is giving a little bit more of a gap to Daniel Rowe, and he's getting up the road.
Oh, Jason is really caught up here behind them. I mean, they're doing their best to move out where they need to. You see them peeling off in the background there. Both the Bentley and the Aston doing exactly that. But look how much space that is created for Daniel Rowe, considering he had Absmeyer breathing down his rear diffuser a couple of minutes ago. He now has a bit of fresh air and exactly what he needs to just get his own drive on. But certainly Jason going to be hunting him down once again. That's the thing with catching a car. If you've done it before, you can do it again. Passing is a completely different story.
100%. As we see a couple of cars peeling off into the pits, you can see the white P next to their names on the timing screens. I just want to go and look further down the grid and see what else is happening on track. Christian Deploy, we haven't seen too much of him. He is in his Bentley. He's in 13th place at the moment, having a lonely drive all on his own sim. Christian getting very quick with this Bentley of late in the local leagues. However, it's also showing a little bit of damage on the side, as we see.
A little shout out to my White Rabbit Gaming team as well. They're having a good race out here at the moment. Van Rooyen going into the pits from P9 and Byron Walker up into P12. So we didn't have the best of racing out at Suzuka last time around, but certainly coming back and trying to regain some of the pride. We had some disconnect issues and the normal sim racing things that can plague a team. So big shout out to my boys for White Rabbit Gaming, just continuing to wave that flag high whilst I've been unable to get back into the sim racing side. I'll get there, Alan. I'll get there. I'll have a rig one day.
All good. I like it. Walker, as we saw going into the pits there, and I'm just trying to see what else is happening on the timing screens at the moment. You've got another man missing here, Gareth Hawkins, our other fellow commentator. He's on my timing screen, but he's no longer in the game. So I think he has had a disconnect and he's backed it up already. So we're at 3 hours, 4 minutes to go. We've almost completed an hour of the 4 hours. Been an interesting first hour. Pretty much we've been following the majority of the leaders. Second, third and fourth, there's certainly been some interesting racing going on there. A little bit of contact, unfortunate, but it was handled, it was dealt with. The damage is not too big. What is going to be interesting, and I'll tell you to watch this space as we go forward, George. Morgan's going to be pitting anytime soon as Jason comes into the pits. As we see Patterson going past Skitter in the Aston Martin. So Absmeyer has brought the car into the pits from his third or fourth place. But Morgan is going to, and I'm sure he'll do all the repairs while he's here. Morgan's going to be coming into the pits and hand over to Junior. And recently, of late, Junior has been driving the rings off that Mercedes-Benz. And it's going to be interesting to see him attack this mountain and the drivers on the mountain. And I'm sure he'll be able to drive his way back up into that second place or third place.
I mean, it's all the pit stop strategies that are going to really show us what's going to happen now, isn't it? I mean, you're either going to have a good stop and come back out and be in a place on the track that you can continue to attack, or you're going to get held up, and that makes it harder to really navigate and show your pace. That I think every single car now is facing either having to deal with traffic or just being in a place where they're trying to battle somebody out on the circuit for position, costing them time out there. No one really has the fresh air. I think maybe up at the front, Jordan Sherritt, he's seemingly just unscathed by any of the pressure that's building up. I mean,
Morgan's in the pits, sorry. So I pretty much nailed it. Daniel Rose in the pits, Morgan's just filled into the pits now. So I'm sure there'll be a driver change. We'll see shortly. Daniel having a much longer pit stop. He's just arrived now. Sorry, Daniel's just arrived. And the man who has left the pits already and is going up the hill. So we're going to see some changes happen shortly. Jordan Sherritt's still out. Our leader's going over the top of the mountain. Sorry, just trying to... There we go. Again, on lap 28 and last lap a 203. So he's having a pretty clean drive. He hasn't had any contact. He hasn't been put under any pressure. He did almost have a huge collision earlier with the BMW, but no harm, no foul done there. And he's on his way. 24th place, we're watching Sas van der Westhuizen for NSRR in the black and green Ferrari as he comes down Conrad Straight. Volskank in the Porsche right behind him. He's had a bit of an interesting race. That is not for position. However, Volskank's a lap or two behind. But Sas running very well. I think there's a two-man team in this team today. and he is right behind Swat in the Aston Martin, the blue Aston Martin.
There's a lot of chat happening in the YouTube chat as well, so shout out to all the viewers coming through here. Gareth Hawkins, Hen Zero, Henny's here, Syndicate Matt is here as well, Ken here, Jordan the Bot. Yes, I mean at this moment he's just unstoppable up the front.
And there's Gareth there. What is Gareth doing in the chat when I see him on my timing screen? Gareth, what is actually going on?
Maybe he was in for a quick pit stop and was able to type in go 420, a little bit of self plug. If you can't put yourself first, who's going to do it? You know,
exactly. Like it.
But a big shout out and welcome to everyone joining us here today. I think, Alan, it's time for us to start taking a bit of a vote on who we're going to follow for our immersion lap as we approach the completion of our first hour. Allow the commentators as well as the production team to quickly grab a fresh Barocca. I know that I know that everybody in this production team is on the Barocca. When I say everyone, it's just me, and you could get a fresh Milo. But I think it's time to open up the chat for a little bit of a follow. I think I personally want to see an onboard lap from the GTWR MGR leading car. I think that would be the best car to follow from, unless you have any other suggestions or the chat wants something else.
Yeah,
let's give them a couple of seconds to all vote, because we're about 20 seconds behind on the live feed, and then we'll be able to see who they vote for. But hopefully GTWR get some onboards with our leader, who's just absolutely destroying out here today.
Yeah, there we go on screen now. And
it's actually
Tariq Adam
car,
is
so
in
perfect.
the car. Yeah, we didn't see that pit stop happen at all. So Tariq is now in and going, meaning Luke Addison's going to be driver number 3. Hopefully Tariq can turn his fortunes around at Mount Panorama. He really hasn't been enjoying the GT3 Sprint League of late. I've seen him seriously struggling. I don't know why. But hopefully he'll turn his fortunes around. It seems like the feed is on watching a Kleb for our immersion coverage. George, if you're
no, that's only Garrett's votes. If there's not more than one, I don't know how he can supersede me.
Okay.
Hen Zero says, yeah, lead car on board. That seems good.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we should go on board with this beautiful McClizzy.
Yeah, there we go.
And there we go. We got the driver iCam coming for you guys. We're going to go for an immersion lap. Sound up, and we'll see you guys in the next couple of minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so welcome back. We are on board with Tariq Adam in the GTWR McLaren. He's been out for 5 to 10 minutes already. Seems very happy, very comfortable in the car. Cockpit view here as we're going over Skyline at Mount Panorama, the town of Bathurst, which is in New South Wales. An interesting fact, the height differential of this track from start-finish line up to that point at Skyline, it's 174 meters. That is the actual height difference. As we see Tariq now going down the Long Conrad Straight, 1.9 kilometers, flat out, giving him a little bit of chance to breathe, rest, roll neck muscles, relax a bit. And then this very sharp right, left, right, the chase, introduced chicane in 1987 to help slow the cars down. As he goes through the chase, he has the huge hotel on the right-hand side, and then pit entrance to the left, and through the final corner, Murray's Corner, onto the start-finish line at the lowest point of the track. When this race is not happening, these are normal public roads. They travel through the town and the nearby farmlands, and there are domestic houses along each side of the track. And but on race events, these roads are obviously closed off to public to let the monsters that are GT3 machines monster up and down this mountain. And there's been some legendary races happened here for 50 years, I think, if not longer. Australian touring cars, classic cars, and of late the GT3 cars.
Oh, I mean, this McLaren just on rails. So nice to see the likes of Tariq Adam, see his sort of inputs that he's putting into it, and just really making his way through the circuit, making it look like a knife through butter. No difficulty coming through. Etienne Kleb into the car for the 666 Aston entry and to play. Oh, the little squeeze coming down, deploy, not giving a hell of a lot of room coming through there as Etienne clears the back marking traffic, and behind him he's got your son Kieran Patterson chasing him down. So the back marker between them, just a little bit of meat in the sandwich, but certainly trying to catch up and use this deploy, maybe trying to race here against Etienne Kleb. Can't get closer than that when turning into that left-hander. And Christian Deploy is actually they're actually all in this. I beg your pardon, I thought it was backmark traffic. They're all racing against each other. So
this is for sixth place.
All fair is fair. There's no need to yield to anybody in that situation. So a nice little battle coming out between 6th, 7th and 8th position.
But have a look, George, in front of them. Yeah, they come up onto arrival of at least another 4 back markers, as you can see on the helicopter view. This is a race happening right now, but they're going to arrive on these back markers soon, and that's going to introduce another whole set of problems for Etienne Kleb. He's under huge pressure here from Christian Deploy in the Bentley.
This is where you hope to clear them as quick as possible. And here we go. At the top of Skyline, the worst place to come into this sort of action. Deploy kind of going off the racing line there, just to try and see if he can maybe squeeze himself through. Back marker's going to be waved, those blue flags. They just they want to yield as quick as possible, and they're going to just hang it out wide, coming down into Forest Elbow. Is this going to allow Etienne Kleb through? Yes, it does. Going to allow Deploy through, and Patterson going to make that done and dusted. Patterson on at the back end of Deploy, sitting in that slipstream now. They've got Kleb punching a hole in the air as they go down this fast Conrad Straight, making their way up to the chase, and Christian Deploy looking to try and see if he can get something done under braking here. Is he going to be able to brake a little bit later, try and get himself the inside line through the exit? Not quite going to be what he's going to be able to do, and Patterson really getting the best drive out of that. He's going to make that move happen. There we go. We see Patterson slide into focus ahead of Christian Deploy. Nice patience coming out from Patterson there to get that move done and dusted, and he can begin his chase now onto the back of Etienne Kleb.
Yep. I mean, that started from way back when. It was Janeman Price in the other Bentley who so nicely moved out of the way there in the background as they started the downhill section. They are now going back up Mountain Straight towards Quarry Bend, and again in front of Etienne Kleb. There is traffic up ahead. It's Janssen van Rensburg and Metelini, Beetle. There are 3 other slow markers. Oh no, there's 6 cars up ahead. So yeah, this is what we're going to see all day, and the drivers are going to experience this. With 40 cars on the track, it's going to get very busy all the way around. And if you're, depending on where you arrive at the back of these back markers, as we see Etienne Kleb is now here behind the back of Janssen van Rensburg in his McLaren. It's a single racing line pretty much all the way through here, especially if you're reasonably quick. The chances of moving over to let Foster cars go through, as he does so in fact, and he runs through there on the runoff area just to help the guys go through. That's very kind of the McLaren driver van Rensburg. Well done, sir.
I mean, that is such a difficult place. I mean, at Skyline,
totally.
You've got to get that done right. Otherwise, you're going to be caught out, literally parking it on that inside apex. The cars are going to be trying to head towards it. So, I mean, that was a good bit of foresight to just make the move there. And look at this, Patterson all over the back of Kleb as they make their way down now towards the chase again. Is Patterson going to have a look? And more backmarking traffic in front of them again to try and navigate. But side by side they go now down into the braking zone for that left-hander. Kleb just trying to make that car as wide as possible. And this is what Kleb is famed for, is being such an incredibly good defensive driver.
Indeed.
And if you've got that attribute here at Bathurst, it makes it incredibly difficult for other drivers to try and get past you, especially knowing that there's maybe 1 or 2 places that are really safe for overtaking. Everywhere else is a bit of a risk.
Wow. As they round turn 1, they go around Hell Corner. There was a slow marker there with an Audi and the McLaren. But coming up the hill, here we go, cars coming out the pits. Etienne Kleb heads up the hill. Kieran Patterson following him up the hill. In car and looking ahead. This is all the traffic that they're going through. Christian Deploy just dropped off a little bit off the back. He was pressurizing Kieran all the way down Conrad Straight. But here we go again for another round of the mountain. Up they go into the blind, cutting the left-hander. And this is steep. I mean, if you've never seen in real life, I haven't been here myself, but I've seen videos of the drivers walking up the track, and it's a huge elevation. It's almost like Eau Rouge Radiant at Spa, the climb up through the cutting. So the camera definitely flattens that whole section out, but it is a steep climb to get up to the top of this mountain.
And I love the way when you are in the driver's seat approaching Skyline, yes, how the track just drops out from in front of you. Exactly. And you just got to be so brave, got to trust in your machinery to know that you can slow yourself down and make sure that you're not locking up any sort of over braking mistakes like that. I mean, you find the barrier so quickly. That damage to these GT3 cars fundamentally going to ruin your race. So all of these guys pushing it to the limit. Look at this little train.
Yep.
I love it. This is what I love about endurance racing, and I think we are in for a treat considering the rule set has changed. There's no mandatory stops. Oh, what a move from Kieran Patterson. Puts it up on the inside, but Gleb, he's thought about the next exits, and he's going to get himself just one car length ahead. He's just making sure that Patterson has to go every way past him that is going to slow him down. But what a battle coming down.
He still sends it up the inside. That was
beautiful.
Huge lick and stick and send by Kieran Patterson, and he has in fact gone up. Etienne Kleb now under pressure from the Bentley, and Christian Deploy also goes past. Etienne Kleb's given up. He's just said, I can't anymore. You guys can carry on. So Patterson goes through up into 6th. Christian Deploy follows him in the Bentley, and they head up. As we're looking on the other screen, down in 23rd position, it's Sean Skirter in his Bentley, and he is chasing Delport in the Lonesome Honda as they come through the Forest Elbow, the last corner down onto Conrad Straight. And Skirter in the Bentley, also still got Janssen van Vieren behind him in that Aston Martin. They've pretty much been stuck together for the last hour at least, these two, and the Honda NSX just up ahead. Interesting fact about that car, I can tell you, George, it is the next in the line for an Evo update. There is a big update happening to the actual car, and it's pretty much all aero. And some mechanical changes as well, and it is going to be relabeled as a NSX Evo, and there should be an update out for this car as well, because it's a stunning looking car, the Honda NSX, and it's well overdue for a little bit of a refurb and refresh, and it is going to be happening in the next couple of months, I believe.
I mean, that's the cool thing about ACC, the updates that come through with it. I know that a lot of people are hoping for more tracks and somewhat like that at some point in the future. We have no idea what Kunos is going to deliver from that front. I mean, as far as we understand, everything that they delivered as per their roadmap is done and dusted, but these things can change, and maybe they've already started development. I think there was an Assetto Corsa stream the other day that I wanted to tune into. So if the viewers in the chat or you, Alan, know what they teased at that, was it a mobile version of ACC?
Yes.
Are we going to see a second version? Oh, look at this. Christian Deploy around the outside of that left-hander. They're going to go side by side down the back of the mountain straight here as well.
I was watching this from Conrad Straight, and Kieran got a little bit squirrely through the chase, and that allowed Christian to get up next to him, and they've gone through the last three corners side by side. All late braking by Kieran Patterson as he goes through Quarry Bend, and he's managed to close that hole. So Christian's fallen in behind him. Etienne Kleb's right there. So this for 6th place, 6th, 7th, and 8th, as you see them on the screen. Just back to what you were saying, yes, that was an announcement made for mobile, ACC for mobile devices. I did, and nobody can hold this against me, I did see somewhere in a chat about the DLC pack, and I think it was more a want, but it was a North American request for a DLC pack, which would then include a whole lot of the North American GT3 series and a whole lot of tracks, because we only have Laguna Seca at the moment, and considering that they have a very functional GT3 series, and the British DLC pack has already come out on ACC, the request was then possibly for a American DLC pack, North American DLC pack. And then the other part of that discussion was based on which we know, an entire new game from ACC, from Kunos, another whole new version, which I think might possibly be looking at LMP type environments or Le Mans cars. So
awesome, something to maybe rival out the likes of
iRacing.
Well, iRacing, as well as, trying to think of the sim now, but it's escaped my mind. R Factor and R Factor 2.
There you go. So Christian Deploy definitely pushing hard, as we see Sean Skitter coming up the hill now again, and Sean Buck carrying a little 15-second penalty. I see that we now actually have access to that, by the way. I caught up to that just now. So we have the penalties, earlier penalties, so we can at least see what happens and why they happen. But that was a 15-second penalty handed out for avoidable contact, as it was put on the Mercedes-Benz of Morgan McCall, and then a couple of other drivers that also received penalties. So the stewards doing what they do, and we are getting those updates as we bring the live comms to you. YouTube channel, everyone's still there. Thanks very much, and hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We are trying to do our best as far as where the close racing is concerned. You are watching the tale of Sean Buck's Aston Martin looking back at Tehran, and this view also gives you a great idea of the climb as they come up the mountain.
It really does. I do love these kind of these viewpoints. A little bit sad to see the grey skies just staying grey and no rain coming down. I am gonna fight with the weatherman after this, because he made a promise to me. I wore my wheelies, and I could have skipped them, to be honest. At this point, 2 hours and 36 minutes to go, so all could still happen. But I'm just looking at the wind at the top, and normally when wind is at 0, it means that we probably aren't going to see too much rain coming down. But it is what it is, Alan.
It is what it is. Look, never say never in this game. I have seen a change before. So there's a very good chance that something might happen. But still, as you say, 2.5 hours to go here. Anything can happen, and usually does. Currently, the weather prediction on screen, as we can see, there is a very slow Ferrari there that we just see Sean Buck go past. That Ferrari is heading into the pits, but weather still just pure cloudy, no sign of sun, but there's also no sign of little drops. Track temperature has in fact dropped. Let me add to this discussion more. We've come down to almost 3 degrees since the start of the race, and the time is 4:30 in the afternoon. So you never know, George. If the temp's dropping and the clouds are looking a little bit low there in the background as we see this Sean Buck Aston going up the hill, there is still a chance that there could be some rain a little bit later. So let's just cross fingers and toes and see what happens.
I see that the YouTube chat, it's definitely not the viewers that are saying that I should keep quiet, they don't feel like rain. That's certainly competitors that are taking place here. Mr. Jason van Rooyen from my WRG team telling me he doesn't feel like dying in the rain. Eric Kirsten saying please no rain. You guys need to just understand that it's the rain dance that I do, and I think it's more the dry dance because I did it at Suzuka, it didn't work out. So you probably don't even have to worry about it. So when I say that it's going to be a dry race, that you then have to start to panic and look at the wet weather setups. But for now, it stays dry. As Alan said, it still could change. The track temperature, 27 degrees. That's quite nice. That's a nice temperature to have out here. Sometimes you come out to Bathurst and because of the nature of where it is, being in Australia, those track temperatures go insanely high and you just feel those tires getting eaten up.
Indeed. I'm going to say, here we have a replay. Here we go. This is that Ferrari I told you about as he comes down towards the chase. He's probably going to turn it around. Oh, he's going to run.
Is this Arno Vasaki in the hybrid Ferrari at the moment? I think it might be Arno.
Oh, and there's another. Yeah, that was the donut that I saw. He's then got to spin it round in front of oncoming traffic.
And that little section of the track specifically is so pertinent to getting you stuck, whether it's on the curb or in that sand. It's so hard to get out of there. So that was Arno Vasaki. I mean, that's a name that I haven't seen in a while. I know you've been covering the GT3 series for Raceface. I'm not sure if Arno's racing in that, but certainly nice to see him back in the sim racing scene again for me personally.
Agreed. Sorry, I'm just getting some clarification that on my timing screen I've still got Daniel Rowe in the car.
Do you?
In 15th place.
Yeah, maybe after that they came into the pit stop.
Look there.
Yeah, no, he does. It is him in the car now, but maybe it was because I did see Arno in the car just before that. So maybe what's happened is they've come in and changed.
Got you.
It might be trying to trick us and catch us out here, but certainly was the Hybrid Academy Ferrari. And I mean, they were pushing up for the battle in second, third place, and they've fallen far down the field now into 15th.
Yeah, they were there, with the battle with Junior McCall, etc. So there we go. Jumping now down, we are seeing still Kieran Patterson with sustaining some pressure here from Christian Duploy. Tariq Adams still out in the lead. Junior McCall second place, and Bernard King now up into third place, with the Daniel Rowe Ferrari going down or further down, dropping down to 15th, possibly a pit stop and a driver change that's happened there. Etienne Kleber has dropped off the back of these guys. He's in the far background, just coming around turn one. So Patterson and Deploy have essentially driven up the road a good couple of seconds away from Etienne Kleb. Heinrich de Vet in 8th, Sean Mumm in 9th, and Jacques Vermeulen round out your top 10 as we've now been going for an hour and a half around Mount Panorama.
So Arno in the chat saying to us that the throttle got stuck in the Hybrid Academy car. So that kind of explains that overshoot of the braking zone and the pirouette in the sand. So thanks for that. The chat, you guys are MVPs. It's always good to have your input. We only have a set of eyes each, and all of you helping us spot things out. I know that you're tracking along with your drivers. Any sort of insight into what's happening out there, we always appreciate. Sass from the best days and saying hello as well in the chat box. So all good to see you guys participating. We love the support. We love the viewership. If you do enjoy what we do here, this is only the second race in the series. We will continue to bring you the action. So make sure that you subscribe, leave a like, and we'll try our best to keep you guys entertained throughout the duration of these endurance races.
Indeed. And thanks very much, as George said, your little bits of input as...
Patterson and Hall there. I mean, for position, I'm not sure if that was a touch between the two, but it looked like Hall just got looped around there coming down. Producer, we're going to have to see a replay of what happened there. But that was coming out of the chase and coming down into the braking zone. I think another little tap coming down onto the rear end is what caused that, similar to what we saw between Rowe and McCall earlier. But Patterson still then under pressure from Deploy. And
there's Rowe just up ahead.
Yeah, that is Rowe up ahead. And this is, I mean, he is essentially a back marker for these guys. Yeah,
exactly. So Daniel Rowe in 15th is about to be lapped. So that just goes to show the pace of the leaders. And if you do not have a problem or get caught in the wall or have to pit unnecessarily. As we now know, for Sahid, if he was in the car, had a problem with that throttle stick, he had to go in the pits, do a driver change, and they are unfortunately now, they are a lap down on Tariq Adam and McCall and King. And Kieran Patterson, here's a replay, here we go. So it's the Ferrari going through. Kieran comes past on that Bentley, and they're very close to each other. I think there was some contact there, but I think I'm going to let you make a decision on that. I mean, Kieran was going in a straight line. I think the Bentley just drifted across into him, but I think our producer is going to get another angle, George.
It did look like that. I mean, we need that top down angle really to see who's moving across the track. But it did look like Patterson was kind of on the very right hand side of the circuit, and Hall came sort of creeping back across. Not a very wide circuit to get past, and those are kind of the struggles that you're going to encounter. So our producer will rack us up another replay deploy on the back end of Patterson though. So whatever happened on the previous lap, that's going to be forgotten temporarily as we see the two of them defend against each other. And Bentley's here, what seemed to be a very Bentley dominant front of the field, has a couple remaining, but not too many. We know how good they are at endurance racing. We know that a lot of teams pick them up, as do drivers for or teams using the Aston Martin. So it's nice to see a little shootout between the two manufacturers, and Patterson doing a good job now not to let that incident sort of plague his mind. Knows that it's going to go down to the stewards regardless. He just needs to do as much as he can to put some time between himself and Deploy at this stage.
Exactly. This is currently the closest dice on the track that we can see on this timing screen. Jacques Vermeulen's also. Here we go, George. You can comment on this one.
So here we go. Let's have a little look-see at... to be honest, it's a little bit of a racing incident in my mind. Not really anybody's fault, really. You're coming through there, you're on the edge of grip trying to keep the car on the right-hand side of the track, and they just seem to come into contact just slightly then. And these GT3 cars in the sim particularly, they have a little bit of that weird stick effect when they do like touch each other. In real life, that wouldn't have been enough to send a car around. It would have just
true.
So it's going to be up to the stewards to make a call on that. I think, in my mind, a little bit of a racing incident.
I think so as well. Let's wait and see what happens. I'll cover here for a bit. Junior McCall, that we're now watching, he is in the car. This lap times as far as best laps and last laps. Best lap being a 202.6, and Junior coming over the line 203.342. So certainly good pace for them. However, we've seen a problem. If you want to, the leader, Mr. Race Producer, I'm sorry, Tariq Adam, his last lap was a 211.5. So he has had a problem somewhere. I'm just looking at the car. I can't see any damage anywhere, so I don't think there was contact made.
We've got Jordan Sherritt in the waiting room. We could bring him in here, and he could probably give us a little bit of insight into what's happening there.
Do that, George.
I'm just dragging Jordan in here, whether he's prepared or not. Jordan, can you hear us live and clear? Loud and clear?
Yeah.
Live and loud, whatever?
I can indeed, yes, I can.
Hey, Jordan.
I was actually chatting to Bertus, and then I didn't realize I'm going to get an interview, but okay.
If you come into the interview room to chat to Bertus, you're going to risk being pulled in here. We see that Tariq had a much slower previous lap here. Can you give us a bit of insight into it? That's really what we pulled you in for.
Yeah, so basically the one back marker, I'm not sure who it was, basically, going down Skyline, he went slow into that left, when the track dips, I don't know what corner that is, but he broke literally almost standstill, and Tariq really couldn't do much, so we touched, and I guess
is there damage to the car?
I actually have no idea. I literally came here right as they happened to chat to Bertus about it.
I can't see anything on the stream, but we'll have to see. Pace-wise, he looks good. His last lap at 202.9, so he's there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I mean, as long as I think we probably have 3 seconds, so it's probably minimal. It was like a small tap that caused a bit of a spin, so bit of unpredictable driving, but it's okay.
No, that's perfect. I mean, we'll let you go back and chat to Bertus. I'll track you down there, but it was just as we were talking about it, we saw you up there, so we just decided to bring you in. But we'll have you back a little bit later for a proper interview.
Awesome.
Thanks, Jordan. I'll drag you down there now.
Awesome. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Right. So Tariq completing another lap as he goes over the top of the mountain, and I'm just looking further back. Bernard King. He is in third place as he starts heading up the hill, and I'll tell you what, it looks like a peak hour traffic on a Saturday morning. There's cars in front, there's cars behind. It's very busy further back. Mr. Producer, if you want to just drop down to third place. Good. We'll get there shortly. We're just going to find the incident, the replay. Here it is. This is what happened with Tariq over the mountain. It's behind the NSIR car, and there's a little bit of it's right on the Big Dipper, and Tariq actually had to slow down and actually gets a slight tap while other cars are coming around the corner. So they were being shown yellow flags. That was one of the things that was announced. Just to be a little bit patient as you come over the mountain for flags. But here we are back live. We're looking at Bernard King as he's coming through the mountain, and it's Saturday morning, 10 o'clock, main road. The traffic is insane. Look at this. They are 2x2 as they come through the S-bends, down through Forest Elbow and onto the start-finish line. Bernard King having to struggle his way through a whole lot of traffic, and that traffic is also having its own race. So everybody's just got to be well aware of what's going on the track, both in front and behind them.
It is certainly a day for practicing navigating the traffic out on the circuit. There's people on different laps across the entire field, and you just got to continue to try and find your way around. So I believe Sas van der Veste is in the chat asking if we're doing driver interviews today. Has also popped up into the interview room and been dragged in for a little chat. So welcome, Sas.
Hello.
Hey, Sas, how's it, buddy?
I'm in a bit of an awkward position. Got here just as Jordan Sherritt was talking about the incident. Yes. I don't know. My view is they should be expecting back markers to be slowed coming down through Sunset into the Little Dipper. I struggle through that specific section of the track, especially. Our Ferrari is a bit rear happy in that situation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've honestly reported it. I'm not expecting anything to come of it. It's just, as a steward in another league, it's important that people that these incidents make their way to the stewards so that they can have a look at it. I don't think we feel too hard done by. We've been our own biggest enemies, so that was the least of our worries right now.
So were you the guys that GTWR encountered at the top of Skyline?
Yes. It's actually not at the top of Skyline. It was at the Little Dipper. It's at the Dipper.
The Dipper, yeah.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a tough one, coming over Skyline and braking. I think.
I mean, I'll play devil's advocate, and everybody in racing will feel that they're not to blame for things.
Yeah.
So there will always be two sides of a story. Faster guys will just want people to be predictable, and the slower guys will say, well, you should be expecting us to be slower through there.
Yeah.
But that is the point, is predictable and braking where you don't expect it to happen is not the same thing. Realizing that people drive different lines, slightly different, especially when the pace gap is so huge. That's I feel where predictability becomes important. Just sitting behind someone, seeing where they brake, not trying to ride on their rear, especially through this mountain section. It is extremely tough when someone is being very aggressive there.
I mean, I understand what you're saying entirely. I think, like you said, it's something that both teams have now raised with the stewards, and the stewards will give us a ruling on what they feel happened through there. But outside of that event, I mean, you were coming through here for an interview before that had taken place. So let us know how the rest of the race has been going. What your guys sort of what your target is by the time we see the checkered flag race.
I'm not quite sure what our target yet is. I think our target is to finish today. After having, I was race engineer for a race yesterday, and one of the drivers had a disconnect 4 hours in, so that threw off our expected podium finish into something completely different. But we kept at it and we kept going, and that's the type of mentality I'm trying to bring to these races. Is it's not about always finishing at the front end. It's about finishing first. I'm not a fast driver, but I want to work on my consistency. So hopefully we can get into the top 30. I think it's possible, maybe top 25. But right now it's just too early to tell for us.
Where are you guys currently
31st.
sitting? Okay. So it's an achievable goal at this phase of the race.
I'm setting the bar very, very low right now.
Very realistic, Sas.
I mean, through that mountain section, I lost it. My teammate lost it. I am expecting to lose it again in my next stint. So I'm not holding my breath that it's going to be an amazing race. I just want to survive to the end.
Got you. Mr. Race Producer, can you just bump to 15th place, Chris Heineke? And I don't know if you can get a replay on this. While Sus was talking, Chris unfortunately turned the Porsche around at Salmon Park. He was on his way going up the hill, and he was just past Reed Park, facing the wrong way on the track. Managed to do a donut, turn the car around, and he's come over the top of the mountain very slowly. You can see the front of the car. It's been completely depressed. So hopefully we'll get a replay of this spin around for Chris Heineke from 15th. Sas, thanks for coming in for the chat, by the way, sir, and hope you guys get it to the finish and don't have any more problems going forward.
We'll do our best. I'll probably come by after my next stint just to come and say hello and tell you guys how things are going.
Good man. Well, keep it on the black stuff, and good. We'll chat again later, buddy.
Cool. Cheers,
man.
Cheers.
Right, so there we go. We're catching up. As you see, Chris Heineke finally gets it into the pits. That was a. I don't know if here we go. Here's the replay. Here he comes up through Griffin Mount, and hammered that. Oh my word. Oh, that's how close this was. This is what I caught the end of. And here he manages to turn it around on his own in this gap very carefully.
I mean, that's the perfect place to have a little turnaround spot, isn't
exactly.
it?
I mean, look at
a nice little pirouette, gets it pointed in the right direction, doesn't help with the fact that the Porsche now looks like a VW Beetle, but his pit crew not going to be smiling at the repairs that need to go down here. So the Slick Basic number 5 is going to be in there and probably stationary for a decent amount of time. Sean at Mumford in the car for our White Rabbit Gaming number 508 Aston. I mean, my team is completely just they do their own thing now. They don't support Porsche, so our sponsorship of Porsche for the future, you know, my dreams and goals,
yes,
they've taken that back, and good. That's what you get for not taking a Porsche, Sean. You guys can struggle around the top of the mountain, but certainly doing really well at the moment. They're in a great position. A little bit of banter, you know, that always motivates the team. So
that's it.
when we are out here to talk, we will talk a little bit of smack, won't we?
All right, so at least you know where you stand in this matter. If it's not a Porsche, it's nothing.
I mean, it's so easy to learn that, isn't it?
Exactly. Got you. Right, so we are watching Christian Venter here, just behind Paul Venter. Related? Who knows? The two Bentleys coming up into Quarry Bend. This 13th and 14th place. Very close race happening here. And there's a 10 seconds for Francis there in the Aston Martin that I can just see on my screen. Sorry, it's in 41st. Don't worry about that. So Christian Venter coming up, but this corner where Chris Heineke had the drama, that is a very tricky corner at the best of times. Griffin Mount, it's a blind right-hander into Reed Park, and you can't really get a good clear view all the way through there. Chris clearly, oh dear, look at that, Paul Venter's just hammered that Bentley. That's right up at Skyline as you start into the S's, and he clipped the right-hand side. Oh my word, he manages to turn it around there.
We definitely want a replay of that, don't we, Alan?
Yeah, let's. Our producer's going to bring that back live for us, and we'll be able to see it. So, Paul Venter for Deadman Racing, he clipped that wall, and it's such a difficult. It's a very specific way that you've got to slow the car down as you go through the top of Skyline. There's a little dab of brakes that have to happen just under the overpass, like a screen on top like that where the Pirelli sign is there, and then you turn in, and he turned in too early, and we should see it on the replay with Christian Venter was right behind him in the Bentley, and he was in the pound seats when that happened, and he just floated through into position. So
I have what is probably the most important news of the race.
Okay.
Up until this point, are you guys ready to hear this? The wind has come out 1 kilometer an hour coming out. Before we get there, let's just before my announcement. Yeah, here comes the replay, and here is the very difficult break. Just into the wall. And sends it around. Did a good job to not impede anyone else's race. Lets the McLaren go by, then he slaps it into reverse, goes into the runoff zone. So brilliant job not to impact anyone else. But back to the most important news: the wind is out. That means that potentially those clouds are going to blow over some rain. That's what I'm hoping for. We've got 2 hours for that to happen.
Right.
And I'm still ready. Oh, again, Paul Venter. That car is now damaged, and as you can see, as he makes his way through the cutting, not a great place to be. But will be. I mean, that man waving the green flags here, I mean, it's a little bit in the wrong place. The previous marshal with the yellow flags is doing it correctly. But almost like, there we go, he has to get it turned around. He has to wait for 30 cars to come past before he can get going again. And back to resuming racing once again. But news of the day, the wind is in, the rain could come. And I'm still keeping my eye out on those skies to see what they will yield.
Looking at this image here as he goes over the top of Skyline, if you look into the distance on the opposite side of the mountains from that view there, you can see the low-hanging clouds, and the wind is bringing that in by 1 kilometer an hour. So there's possibly I don't know what direction the rain comes in this side of the world, but those low-lying clouds definitely look like moisture. At the moment, we're seeing on the weather chart up at the top, in the next 10 and 30 minutes, still just double clouds. But the masochist that is George G-Max is hoping for the wetness to start falling. And if the moisture does arrive, these guys are going to have we're going to have a whole different race on our hands to cover here.
You know what they say, Alan, the wetter the better. So, I'm just waiting for it to come down. And there we see some nice drone aerial footage coming down. Drone not yet getting plagued by any of those droplets, but soon will be not a good time to fly your Maverick Pro over the mountain. That's what I hope.
That's amazing.
I really do want that rain to come down. If these guys think that the challenge has already been challenging, let's just multiply it by 100 and make the circuit wet.
Exactly. Yeah, got to enjoy that. Right, Paul Fenter has managed to get that Bentley into the pits as we are watching the Porsche of Contreras. And he gets a huge tank slapper through Skyline. Manages to put on the brakes. He's also now just come up behind the lonesome Honda NSX. Wow, that was close. He did manage to grab that by the shortened curve. And there's a whole lot of drama now as we're coming out Forest Elbow. The Aston Martin that was into the wall there. Contreras normally drives around in the GT3 Sprint Series in a Lamborghini. So this is a bit of a dynamic shift change into the Porsche.
He's upgraded his choice, it looks like.
I see what you did there. I got that. There we go. So Ayrton Contreras promotions himself into a Porsche GT3 and is currently in 20th place right here behind Divan Delport in the Honda NSX.
Listen to the sound as we go on board with it. I mean,
do it.
I mean, it's just erotic. If that's the best word to describe it. And when we go down onto the mountain straight, I'm just going to keep quiet and just let him wind it up through the gears, get into 6th place, sound like the whining of a Call of Duty player on Twitter. I mean, it's just beautiful. Listen to this. We had it briefly. You can't, you know what? The reason that he had to short shift it back down, because if we went any longer, people would just want to stay with the Porsche the whole time. So we have to break away from it every now and then. But Jason Gray in the chat saying that 1 kilometer an hour of wind means a low pressure. So if we see the wind build, it will mean some clouds and maybe some rain. So of course, Jason Gray, a sailor, as part
Indeed.
of his real life enjoyments of things, and we can always trust sailors when it comes down to discussing the weather pattern out on the circuit. Contreras, just all over the back end of that NSX now, and starting to put the pressure on that Honda, starting to feel like. Did he clip the wall?
He clipped the wall. He got a little bit. The right-hand mirror folded over and it's bounced back, but there was definitely contact. As he hit into the dipper, there was a bit of contact there.
That is some good racing though coming out here between the two of them. Delport feeling that pressure coming in. That Porsche sitting in the slipstream, not going to be close enough to have a move coming into the braking zone here and to the left-hander. But again, this is where you really need to keep yourself nice and tight. Set yourself up for the Exodata Hills and onto the stretch towards the climb of the mountain. That's where you really want to put the pressure on and see if you can maybe go a little bit later onto the brakes. But once you start that climb, you just kind of have to accept your position behind.
Just watching as they go over the start-finish line, and he is being flashed by Contreras. Divan Delport's last lap at 2:04.7, so he's feeling the pressure. That's not a quick lap time. Ayrton Contreras doing a 2:04.4, 3/10 quicker that he did over the top of the mountain. and the pressure's there again because here they go back up the hill. Just up ahead of Delport is a slow marker that he is coming up to. In fact, it's not. It's S. Jamison in the Audi, and he's in 11th place. So that is.
I like your. They're not back markers; they're slow markers. It's like,
sorry,
hey.
Yes, I was trying to catch up what I wanted to say there. I do beg your pardon. Let's get that right here. Right, the Porsche's there again, and is the Honda having to run defensive, which has compromised his line, and he has. Yeah, you're going to have to get that replay. Sorry, I was watching that from my machine, and you guys, you only saw that in the background.
Yeah, we only saw it from the back Wang Gang viewpoint, and
right.
we just saw complete murder take place coming through the dipper.
Contreras is on his way, but the Honda's looking. Given Delport, the Honda's looking a little bit worse for wear, I must say. Always seriously struggling. Always just hit a wall coming down the straight. I know the
once it's damaged, it's damaged. Once it's damaged, it's damaged. You basically
his steering is finished. He's now coming across the traffic.
Oh no! Steven Delport, what are you doing there, mate? I mean, it's just tracking so hard to the right. It's just a struggle.
Well, he doesn't want to escape to pits. I can understand he's trying to drive it down there, so you might as well.
You know what? If it's just pulling to the right the entire time, just use the barrier as a guard.
Yeah,
just hammer. Here comes the replay. Let's see. Cameraman giving us
right there.
There we go.
This is where it goes wrong.
Skips it, smashes. It's a big shunt. That is a big shunt.
Yeah, that hurt the steering, the tire rods, everything's got snapped and bent, and then down the straight here. He can't keep it against the wall. He crosses the main straight.
He's gonna tow it. He's gonna tow it, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got it towed. Sorry, Divan. You're going to sit there for a few minutes, but the best thing you could have done, so they could have ended very badly down Conrad Straight. Right. Dwayne Hall in 6th place is busy climbing back up the mountain. He's in the Bentley, car number 728. And I think he's had a pretty clean race. He has slowly but surely been climbing up and is just outside the top 5. Tariq Adam is the car ahead of him on track. So Tariq Adam has essentially gone past GTWR, have lapped everybody up to 6th place then. As we're watching Tariq Adam in amongst traffic here as they go over Skyline, blue flags being waved feverishly at the top of the mountain, and he's now got to basically just pedestrian. Oh, and the Aston does get out the way nicely for him. There you go. So he gets through there. Last couple of corners into Forest Elbow, and off he comes down the straight. This is what makes the endurance races so interesting, though, especially on a track like this. The serious differential between car in position 1 and car in position 40 as far as speed goes, it makes for a very patient drive for both leader and back marker, and everybody needs to actually just do their utmost. It's not always about going flat out. Obviously it is, but it's also about being patient and just taking your time to get a clean pass done and not get caught up in everyone else's dramas.
Yeah, you got to focus on what's in your control, right? And you've got to make sure that your inputs are pinpoint and that you're judging these situations to the best of your ability, not putting yourself in a situation that could potentially be dangerous. I think that's what Sass was kind of indicating earlier on when he was in here. That was like literally at the crucial point when they just had that incident with GTWR, and for them it was like, well, why are you following us so closely? And, and that is something that can be said. You've got to be mindful that not everybody's going to have the same pace. We know that we've got that huge differential in skill groups, and you've got to kind of realize that you're not racing against AI here. It's other human beings, and human beings, when you mention that word human being, you know that they are certainly going to be unpredictable, and it's sort of to everybody's own interpretation of to what is predictable and what's not predictable. For somebody, Patterson into the back of Mulder there, I think, in the braking zone. I'm not even sure. Mulder just went shooting off the track.
I didn't see.
I mean, we might need a little bit of a replay there, or I interpreted incorrectly off my stream, but it looked like he just kind of ran into the back of him a little bit.
So Bernard King over the mountain. Kieran Patterson was slowly closing in, and Bernard King was catching up to Mulder, who was the white McLaren, I think it was there, that was the back marker. So we'll see if there is some, if there's a replay at all, if there is contact there. If there was, I'm not too sure actually. I don't know if there was. Mulder was out on the right-hand side, but we'll see shortly. So Kieran Patterson, Bernard King into third place. Junior McCall still in second place, and that's with... where has that car gone, actually? So I'm looking for who was our earlier... Oh, here we go.
So I think we're going to get a little look-see here.
Here we go. Yeah, so Mulder moves across into the straight line and then comes back across, and there was a rear end there from Kieran. I don't think that was on purpose, but I think Mulder went right and left, and Kieran wasn't sure which way, and he's just made contact. So we'll probably get a bit of a penalty for that. But yeah, again, look over the top. A whole lot of traffic, and they got to negotiate all that traffic as they go through Starline, now the Dipper, and he'll probably get a 10-second or whatever penalty for that, and you'd have to carry on.
I mean, I think it's also if it gets reported out there. I mean, if it's something that the teams don't report, I'm not sure that the stewards are able to follow every single incident that comes through. And again, you know, that's where you might become a little bit lucky in situations like this, where your team doesn't report it and you're able to escape unscathed. But you know, that's just the nature of having limited stewards and having an incident report policy. And if it's something that they see, I'm sure they can rule on it independently, but it comes down to if that gets reported or not.
That's true. You do. I'm sorry, this is not a laughing matter. I've just read your comments to our producer there. All right, let me sort this out. Fenter, Mr. Paul Fenter, as he comes down Conrad Straight in 18th place. Their Bentley's looking brand new, as it's fresh out of the pits and re-panel beated and straightened out. And he is following Mr. Renner. And that Aston Martin, okay. Everyone's got through there, okay. Where's my mouse? There it is. I just want to change camera view to this view. So this is for position 17th and 18th. Last lap a 3:11 for Bernard Renner in the Aston Martin, with Paul Fenter doing a 2:08. So I'd say possibly Renner's that's the first lap out the pits, to be honest, with Paul Fenter, and then that is Hall behind in the Bentley, but that's not full position. Now they're arriving on a Mercedes-Benz with the bonnet almost flapping on it. Who was that? That's H. van Wyk. Yes, van Wyk. That Mercedes-Benz looking seriously, 28th place, H. van Wyk. He's had a huge and very early on the lap, so he's got this is going to be drama, because he can hardly keep it going around corners over the top of the mountain, and here comes a bunch of cars behind him. So the higher paced cars coming up behind him are going to have to be wares here. Van Wyk coming over Starline now. Kivet in the Aston Martin, Chris Heineke and Van Wyk go straight through just to stay out of the way. And as we get to the Big Dipper, he's still trying to stay out the way. Kivet goes through, Heineke's following him, and Van Beek has now braked and stopped just before the Big Dipper. He's now coming through the Big Dipper just to keep out of everyone's way. So he's seriously struggling. De Beek comes past him, and Van Beek's ping-ponging off the walls as he comes down the mountain. He must have had a huge problem somewhere. And Kieran Patterson arrives on this scene. The Mercedes manages to get around the corner. And you can see the bonnet is completely detached. It's flapping away on that car. Oh dear, and he's hit the wall again. And he's going across traffic, and there we almost have another collision down Conrad Straight. That was so hairy. Again, we got some broken steering arms here, and I don't know how he missed getting collected by those two cars. Hopefully, I'm getting in my ear, we're going to get a replay of what caused this for poor H. Van Beek. So here's Hannes over the start-finish line into T1. He misses the apex and gets a tank slap of note, and he's going to get collected and gets absolutely hammered twice for good measure, unfortunately, by that Audi. And that has put paid to that Mercedes, and from there he had to literally go all the way around. And that's what we're seeing now. He is finally in the pits. He has ejected back to pits. So that's another 2.5 minute stay for him there, as we see Sean Mumford also arrive in the pits in the background.
I mean, it's starting to show that a little bit of the fatigue is coming out.
Yes.
Some mistakes being made. You gotta keep yourself focused. I mean, an hour and 54 minutes to go. We're almost getting down to that hour final chase down where, I mean, it becomes almost like a sprint race for the drivers. But until then, you still got to treat every single situation as if you're racing for another 6 hours before you finally put that pedal to the metal. And at this point now, you just gotta negate all of these small mistakes that are happening around. You got to make sure that you aren't caught up in collisions, that you're not getting drive-through penalties, that you're not picking up damage to your car. Because this is the phase of the race that you can really go from hero to zero if you've made so much progress at the start of the race.
Exactly. That's pretty much it. It's about managing the endurance part of the race and trying to, again, I've said it a number of times, stay out of everyone else's problems and not get caught up in anyone else's dramas. That's what makes or breaks an endurance race, because you then get put out to completely off your target mark where you were heading for as far as position goes. Your strategy goes out the window, and you've got to quickly rearrange things and so on and so forth. Watching the cars go over the top of the mountain here. Oh, and there's a car. There's a car turned around at Skyline there. Let's go and see if we can see what happened there as well. As we watch this train of cars come over the top of the mountain. George, just pick up on that. I'm just trying to sort out my machine.
No problem. Fenter just trying his best here. I mean, Van Rensburg versus Fenter. That's a battle for position.
Sorry.
Fenter in the 420. That was with Gareth Hawkins in the car. We saw them chatting it out, and they're trying to make up a position here. So I think the Honda was, like you mentioned there, Alan, the car facing the wrong direction at the top of the Skyline. Not a place you really want to be. But this battle between Van Rensburg and, of course, Fenter, looking like it's building up. We saw them on the previous lap making their way down the mountain straight, almost about an eyebrow width apart from each other, and a little bit more space between them now. You could easily park a couple Mini Coopers between them, but doing a good job is Fenter in that 420 Lamborghini to reel in the likes of the Kinetic Sim Racing Works team. The 878 of Quinten Janssen van Rensburg just keeping himself ahead. Here's the replay of what happened to that NSX. And we've seen them struggle a little bit in this section. Little slapper coming around, and then
wow, that was close. And here's where now he's got to sit and wait. So he's looking at the traffic who's coming directly towards him. Such a bad place to be at this time of the race.
And then he has to try and get it turned around.
Exactly.
And not a place. And he gets a little bit stuck there as well, trying to burn it
I
out and
think
turn it
he
around.
wanted to go, and then he saw them come around the corner, so he had to brake again, you see. Oh, it's a 3-point turn as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh. Well done.
I mean, my anxiety was at level
Me
7
too.
before we started, and now I'm sitting at like 13.
Oh, you got to feel for the guy, so man. Yeah. Getting turned around in the mountain, it's just absolute nightmare. It's so difficult to get yourself sorted out from there. But well done to him for doing it. And, getting everything back to where it needs to be here. Hope you're all enjoying this live coverage, and thanks to everybody joining us on the YouTubes as well. It's great to have you here.
Fencer just smashed the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow. I mean, it's almost as if we start to like have a little light chat about the YouTube chat, and then something happens in the background. But Fencer just obliterated that exit, and normally the Bentleys like to go over to the Bentley signage. This time the Lamborghini deciding to take a little visit out there, and you've talked about that before as well. Forest Elbow, you miss the braking zone there, you run wide into the wall, and then you have a horrible Conrad straight to try and make your way down through.
That's true. Yep. Okay, so we're busy. I've got everything all fixed again. Quinten Janssen van Rensburg in his black Aston Martin, as he goes over the line, starts lap 57. I can tell you the lead is Luke Addison in the car, so he is now in for GTWR, and they are on lap 62. Here's a replay. Oh, it's that Lamborghini. It just, absolutely missed the braking and hits that wall, and that wall is not forgiving against the carbon fiber body panels of a GT3 car. So Luke Addison in the lead car, and his last lap at 205.5. So still settling in. There's the Lamborghini as we see it in the pits, looking extremely second-hand. The door is cracked. The wheel arches are all cracked.
I thought that's just how Lamborghinis always looked.
You're so funny. Yeah. Well, right. So, okay, all good. Luke Addison, we're watching him as he comes through the chase, and he is. Let's have a look at the gap here. Stand by, because I'm now watching a whole lot of other things. D Hall, there's Daniel Rose. So he's in 6th place. All right, I managed to find him. So they are recovering. Jason Absmeyer in 5th place as well. Dwayne Hall in 2nd place, and Brandon Kruger now up into 3rd place. So I found all the usual suspects as we needed to. Unfortunately, I cannot see. So let me catch up here on everything. There he is. So Kieran Patterson in 4th place, I beg your pardon. Jason Absmeyer 5th, and Daniel Rowe in 6th place.
So I mean, we're going to take another immersion break here, Alan, for our producer to be able to go and have an extra top up of his Barocca. Do you have a choice of car that we're going to go on board with? I mean, I chose the GTWR McLaren the previous time round. I think you get to choose. We won't even let the YouTube chat choose this time. Not that I listen to them anyway.
Any Porsche? No, I don't mind.
No, he said it. He said any Porsche. I heard him say it.
Oh, okay.
So, no, you said it.
Me, yes, any Porsche. That's fine. So Chris Heineke, there we go. Oh, and Renner in the Aston. Oh, okay, well caught. But Chris Heineke's in. Here he is, and this is for 16th, 17th place, and we're going to leave it on here as we go for a quick 2 or 3 minute immersion break, and we'll be back with you shortly. Right, you're back with us. Chris Heineke been lapping Mount Panorama in the awesomeness that is a Porsche GT3. He
Yes,
is right
like
now
that.
up behind a bunch of traffic as he comes down Conrad Straight. It's Eugene van Lochrenberg in the Mercedes and Mr. Joubert just ahead of him in another Mercedes. Thanks to everybody for hanging around, just bearing with us while we go and do our usuals. There we go. Eugene does break a little bit early and lets Chris come through for the position. So we are back and swinging with things. While we were on that immersion break, here's Mr. Luke Addison. Kieran Patterson handed a 10-second penalty for the avoidable contact on that McLaren. So he's got what he was going to get. But Bernard King in car number 287, they had to do a driver change. The other driver was literally flying around the track in the air. He was pinging around and a couple of complaints. So quickly thinking on their feet, the other driver threw it into the pits and they did a fast driver change, which has now resolved the problem. So Bernard King back in the Aston Martin and running 5th place. All seems good. No pink spikes, no funny colors. Everything seems normal again. But unfortunate for them, it was an unplanned pit stop, which has knocked a bit of time off their challenge, but still in the top 5 and going well.
I mean, that's some quick thinking, really, to get it sorted and dealt with.
Agreed.
And on that 10-second penalty to Kieran Patterson, I think it's kind of the nature of the beast that we play, and sometimes you are going to be handed these things. That's why we've got the stewards out there, and for the drivers that are impacted by it, it's almost like it doesn't make things better, or it doesn't make things negated, if you've been hit or you've been in an incident, but it does just sort of offer a little bit of a peace offering to say, well, we have penalized that driver, and that will go on to change their time. But I mean, Kieran's having a phenomenal race at the moment, considering he is out here doing this as a solo driver. Alan, I know you've probably just seen something that we haven't seen here. Do you want to give me some enlightenment?
It's the BMW again. It's at Skyline and it's facing the wrong way around. I'm trying to find it myself. I also seen the chat, Rob McCall, saying that the McCall brothers and ATK have disconnected. But I mean, it's a 4-hour race. Reconnect if you're disconnected and get back in the race, and let's carry on.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw at Suzuka, a couple of teams having a disconnect and having to jump back in. It doesn't mean that you're going to finish up in the top 5 where you maybe would have been, but the whole point of this is that these things happen and you need to see it to the end. So I sort of echo what you're saying there. Come on, Rob, get the boys back in there and finish off the race. And if they're already in here and I can't see them, then I apologize. I can only see what the producer's showing me.
Yeah, it was Andrew Barber in the BMW, car number 69. He is currently in 36th place. And here's Morgan McCall.
They are back in.
So they are back in, but down in 20th. Perfect. So, yeah, it's the internet. You've got to put it down to what it is. It's the unfortunate side of this hobby. He's coming back in now, so this is probably going to be for a driver change. Here's the BMW as we're going over the top of the mountain. Going past McPhillamy Park again. A little bit of a tank slapper, but manages it there, misses the apex here, hits the sand here, and bounces off the curb, and round it goes. And this is what I saw, facing oncoming traffic right at Skyline.
I mean, at least he's on that side of the track at that point, not on the inside apex where people are going to be heading towards. So. I mean, the best of a bad situation. McCall's into the pits, like you mentioned, before we cut across to that replay. So perhaps Junior going to take to the car, and we'll see what happens there. Hopefully no more disconnect issues coming their way, but certainly some good performances coming out from a lot of these drivers.
Indeed.
Very much lucky in that the rain has not come down. I will be suing my weatherman if it doesn't rain. We've got an hour and 35 minutes for the weatherman to keep themselves out of court.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened actually. So Rob probably chased them and managed to reboot the router. Morgan, being driver 1, he had to connect first, get in the car, do a lap. He's brought it back in, and he's going to hand it over to Junior. So we should. They're still in the pits, so hopefully this isn't too much of a problem, but hopefully Junior will get in and go and drive. They are in the right car, so everything seems good. However, they are on lap 66 and the leaders are on lap 69, but I would certainly still like to see them finish the race irrespective of where they are. A. Wilson here in the Bentley, Fenty in the Bentley, chasing Wilson in the Aston Martin. Great to see racing going all the way up and down the grid as well, which we normally see, and don't get fixated too much on, say, the leaders or something like that. But this been a good race happening. Fenta's been having a very eventful race. We saw him have some dramas earlier on with the Bentley, but he's gone in the pits, he's fixed it, he's having a good day out at the mountain. Oh, and as I say that, there's a bit of commentator's curse, and he locked up coming down the braking point into Forest Elbow, and he's turned the Bentley round. Is he okay there, or is he gone? That actually wasn't for position, he was lap traffic, so I'm trying to find him on my screen, but that's McCall still sitting in the pits. That's super long. I'm not too sure if they're going to continue or not, or if that's them done for the day. Wilson carrying on with the Aston Martin in 20th place. I'm trying to see what happened to Fenta, if he's still going, but he's going to have hurt that Bentley a little bit again.
I mean, he was facing the wrong direction after hitting the wall, so probably having to wait a while to be able to turn that car around. But certainly a couple victims being claimed out here, which we expected when heading through to Bathurst, the most technical and challenging race on the endurance calendar by far. And I think once this one is done and dusted, a lot of the teams and drivers going to be issuing a sigh of relief knowing that this one is behind them, rather than heading into this for a final round or something like that.
George, I've got a little bit of bad news for you, I'm afraid. If you raise your eyes to the top of the screen, the weather forecast, you can see a little round symbol there by the clouds.
Yeah, I've actually sent my lawyer a letter. Simon Gear has been wrong one too many times, and I'm absolutely
Simon Gear,
disgusted.
the weatherman. I know. I actually know that guy.
Like personally or from the TV?
No. I realized who you're talking about straight away. He's the weatherman from SABC.
I don't think he's a weatherman anymore, but he was originally. Oh, there we go. That's where the Bentley got parked up.
There it is. Yeah.
Not able to get it going because of all the cars coming through, and then whoa, Stuart, get out here.
Wow.
You know what?
That's called a Bentley roadblock right there, dude.
Oh, that is. I would go on the side of that's a bit unacceptable, really, to try and make a move turn around there. But
I mean, you've got to be able to donut turn a Bentley, surely.
Surely. I mean, it probably actually doesn't have enough power to get the rear end round. So,
right. So, Kieran Patterson is out and about. McCall's, that's out. That's what we've done there. Kieran in second place. Jason Absmeyer back into third place. I'm trying to organize and see where the gaps are. There we go. So Jason 11.3 seconds back. Kieran carrying a 10-second penalty, which then means that Jason is only 3 seconds back. No, it doesn't. They're even closer.
At this point, I think Kieran, there might be a difference in their pit stops at the moment, right? Because Kieran's probably run a little bit longer with no driver swap. So he probably still would have to go into the pits, netting Absmeyer and Kleb a net second place. I mean, this is theory craft. I'm not sure if it's correct, but I mean, it's only 1 second if you take that 10-second penalty into account anyway. But I think that's how it all corrects itself out. Gray away down the road from Absmeyer. But I mean, it's certainly I think we're going to see a completely different set of winners or podium position spots coming out here compared to what we saw at Suzuka, and the racing has been a lot closer throughout the field.
1.5 hours left, so amazingly 2.5 hours have just gone right past, and here we are coming down to the final third of this race. Jason Absmeyer hammering over the top of the mountain with Aston Martin. It's again looking a little bit worse for wear. So there has been a couple of scuffs and rubs going on. Expected, but still he's managed. Oops, and there's a little tap.
Little tap. Controls the slight open moments. Makes it look like a little bit of a controlled drift. But that battle that we were just looking at, Radloff and King.
Yes.
If we can jump back there again, producer man. This gentleman, Christopher Radloff, someone to just keep an eye out on going forward. I mean, I know he's been in the sim racing scene for a little while, and he's just been progressing, driving for Kinetic Simworks. Just a phenomenal bit of talent, and certainly deserves a whole lot of great results in the future. So I'm very excited to see just how Christopher Radloff handles through all of this. I think it's going to be a good showing for South African sim racing in the next couple of years. You know, the sport has just continued to grow. We saw the boost thanks to lockdown originally, with motorsports all being kind of terminated and not being able to continue, and that gave us sort of the eyes on what we do, and it's just gone from strength to strength to strength. And I'm just so proud of everybody that has helped make this scene what it is. And it's not just the drivers, it's the people behind the scene as well, the spectators, the supporters, the significant others, allowing people to spend their Sundays out here, doing sim racing, our stewards behind the scenes, allocating out the penalties, and of course the production staff over at Steady State for giving us this chance to have sim racing broadcast from a very high-end production studio. I mean, Alan, you and I very lucky to be able to see just what goes on behind the scenes. I mean, these chase cams and the split views that get set up, the ability for us to just ask for a replay, and within 3 seconds it's already there. We can ask for multiple different camera angles of that. I mean, that's something new in the world of production for sim racing.
Indeed. If you don't have a large enough team, or a substantial enough team where you can have 2 or 3 accounts that offer these multiple screens like you're seeing now, It's then what we get to see on a weekly basis, where I run the stream for the Sim Race GT3 Sprint Series and the normal championships. It's me, myself, and I, but at least here we have a production team, and it helps to bring the immersion of the sport, at least, to everybody that's watching on the YouTube channel. So thanks so much to everybody there. I see Paul Fenter, by the way, he picked up a 30-second penalty, and I think that is for that problem that he had earlier on that turnaround at the elbow. I think. I haven't seen anything getting posted in the Discord channels. Bathurst isn't updating us. I don't know if we can get that updated. The reason why what the penalty was for. But anyway, we'll keep up with that, and hopefully everything will get sorted. But watching on board now with Christopher Radloff still as he goes over the mountain one more time. He's on lap 72. I can tell you Luke Addison is on lap 74. And Kieran Patterson and Jason Absmeyer on lap 73. Now Jason Gray on 73. And Bernard King and everybody else 72 and lower. So Luke Addison, GTWR, pretty much an entire lap ahead of the field by the looks of things. Realistic gaps are there, but there are still at least, I would say, one, possibly two pit stops for some teams with staggered pit strategies.
Radloff getting past King. I mean, that battle was sort of brewing itself up,
yes.
But finally taking place. And a lone Lexus up in the top 10. I do see Rotenbach down in 16th, also rocking the Lexus out. But a car that originally, when it came out, was very dominant. I don't know if you remember in the early days of ACC, it was Lexus that was dominant. And it kind of got nerfed out, and then didn't really see too much being favoured. And it's certainly starting to make its way back up in here. I wonder if people are just starting to enjoy the variety of coming out. I always didn't like it because of the inability to be able to do custom paint jobs on it, even
Yes.
on the limited custom paints that we had.
Yep.
And that was due to licensing issues, so it was never up there for me. For me, it's all about the colors that you can throw into the car. It makes it faster if it's bright, but I mean, it's good to see a nice variety on the grid. You don't want to just have a spec series type race where everybody's driving the same car.
Yep, with you. I was one of the main contenders with the Lexus when I started, and I found it one of the easier cars to drive and get some decent performance out of it. It brakes well, it turns well, it's got good power and aerodynamics. So I did enjoy the Lexus while I used it, but I have moved on from there. Bernard King, as we mentioned earlier, that position change, he's moved from 5th back to 6th with Chris Radloff making the pass. And Luke Addison that we're seeing in the bottom corner screen, as he starts his lap 75, I can tell you Kieran Patterson is, if you're looking at that image where Luke Addison is, Kieran is probably about 10 seconds ahead of him on the road. So Luke Addison will then have lapped the entire field. GTWR will be a lap up on the entire field because Kieran is in 2nd place and he's at Skyline right now. So that just goes to show the pace of GTWR and the fact that they've managed to keep their nose clean and not get involved in any dramas, and been running very consistent 202s, a 203 now and then, but the McLaren has been looking after them. Tariq Adam did well in the middle sector. Jordan obviously opening out that huge lead at the start of the race for GTWR, and they're giving everyone a driving lesson as we see Kieran Patterson coming into the chase. That Porsche pretty close behind him, but that's not a positional race, and Kieran is going to just get out of the way and let the Porsche go through. Who is that? That's not Mr. Haneke. Is that Mr. Lewis? It is. That's Brian Lewis going through. Oh yeah, sorry, the tag's on top of the cars. I didn't see that for a second. So there we go. And then looking back here at the Bentley dice again. This is not Bernard Renner. It's Paul Fenter, but he is it's Gambon in the red Bentley that we're looking at, and he is in 18th place and a lap ahead. No, he's not. That is full position with Paul Fenter, who's carrying a 30-second penalty just behind him in the yellow car. Okay, so there we go. Straightened all
and
of
was
that out.
And so that penalty was the unsafe rejoin that we saw.
I'm thinking
Forest's
it's that.
elbow.
Yeah, I didn't see a comment. There hasn't been a posting for what the penalty was for, but
Our stewards actually just handed me a little post-it notes under the door that said that 30 seconds is that unsafe rejoin at Forest's elbow.
Alrighty, there you go. Thank you for that. So. Okay. So we're 1 hour 20 minutes left of this. We're now in the normal realms of an 80-minute race as raced in the week at Raceface. The guys are essentially down to the final third of this Bathurst 4 hours. We've had some sensational racing happen. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever side of the fence you're on, it didn't rain. We do see the sun, and it is now 10 minutes to 6. So going dusk, it's going to get dark as the race comes to the final hour. It's going to get darker, and possibly, I'm not sure if it'll finish in total darkness or if it'll just be dusk sunset time, but we'll see when we get there. First, second, and third place at the moment, Luke Addison for GTWR, followed by Kieran Patterson for PWSR, and Jason Absmeyer in third place. Jason Absmeyer, Team A to B, and he's racing with Etienne Kleb in this one.
And I mean, that's we talked about it last time round. I mean, that's a combo that
Yes.
not many people would have expected to see together. Absmeyer and Kleb racing under Am to Play, their banner. So I'm still pleasantly surprised to see that coming through, but certainly seem to have found themselves a nice little pairing as the two of them continue to perform out here today. And sometimes it's those combos that you least expect which prove to be the most beneficial.
Exactly. Look, it's great to see Jason Absmeyer back on the track and racing again. He is partnered up, as we know, in Team Taro with Aleric and Leslie Oliphant. But it seems like Leslie has kind of packed up local racing. He mentioned he's only interested in international racing. So that's why we haven't really seen him in any of the other leagues, and probably why Abs has teamed up here with Kleb to at least get some racing. And that's what we're seeing right now. Who's this? Is this Mr. Burgess Huber?
Yeah, but I don't think he's come for anything. He's probably just come to make sure that we're not misbehaving ourselves in the box.
All good, all good. Dad's here. Let's just behave.
Don't stop. Shh, easy. Don't say that. Don't say that again.
Robin van der Merwe here in 10th place in the. What do we got? Oh, he just bangs the wall there as he goes over the mountain. It's a pink and orange Aston Martin, and he's been there or thereabouts the entire race. So. Going well, and in 10th place, as I mentioned. 34 seconds behind him is Clinton Riddell, and he's coming over the top of the mountain in the Bentley. Just trying to find any other close.
I mean, it would be great for me personally if both my White Rabbit Gaming entries could get themselves into the top 10. So rooting for Clinton in that number 37 Bentley to push it and catch up here. Van Rooyen doing a great job currently in 8th place in that 508. Of course, neither of my entries representing Porsche, which I mean, it's just a sore topic. We're not going to harp on it forever, but no. I mean, the top 10 I'll take. I'll take a top 10.
I'm sure you will. Indeed, I'm sure you will. I did see earlier, I can actually just raise this as a chat topic. the entry, the team entries, and we have a team here. If I can just find it, it's called Team Heaped Together, and that consists of Janneman Price, Flip Van Sale, and Stephen Koenig, our other fellow commentator. And there was a visitor on the YouTube channel earlier who was shouting for the team Heaped Together. So they're still doing quite well. And they're out there somewhere. I'll go and see where they are as far as the position goes. Team Heaped Together. Yeah, I think that's a joining of teams. And Stephen Koenig. I can't. Let me see if I can find it. They're in a Bentley. Oh, there they are. They're in 13th place. They're doing quite well. Janneman Price currently driving. It's car number 38. And they're doing very well. I have encountered Janneman Price on numerous occasions in our local racing leagues. As I see, somebody's just got another 5-second penalty for contact. That just came up over my screen. Let's see if I can see who that's gone to. But Janneman Price, very good, clean driver, and has good pace as well. And I've had some good races with him. He's enjoying the Bentley and tends to run very quick with this car. We see the Honda not too far back, but the Honda is out of position with regards to Janneman Price in 13th place.
I mean that's a very respectable place to be here at the mountain. Team Heaped Together, doing superbly well. 13th place in a field like this, on a circuit like this. I mean that's just that's something to be very proud of. Even if we're not going to get rain today, I mean they've done a good job at getting the best for their position, best bang for buck as well, and making sure that they keep themselves up. I mean, finishing in the top 20 in this field, I think, is certainly a good place to be. And as that race clock ticks down, I think I also need to just update the things that I said earlier, which I was a bit incorrect on. I thought there was more of a prize pool for this race for the top 3, but I was a bit incorrect on that, Alan.
Were you? Oh wait, there's somebody. Hang on, what am I saying here? I'm just looking at Gambon. There's somebody stuck at the dipper here. Replay coming up shortly. I did seem to. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
Oh, it's that M6.
It's that BMW again, and involved with a McLaren with a drama again over the mountain.
I mean, this BMW M6. I mean, I'm going to go out there and say it. It has been completely chaos causing in this race. And maybe I'm a bit out of place to say it, but I just say what I see. And I mean, it's just been all over the place, and another incident actually being caused up there.
Yeah, they're out at the races. I mean, they're just having a struggle with the handling of their car as it goes up over the hill. As we watch Janneman Price still going up, he's now past that Honda. But I agree. We said it at the beginning as well. It's a huge field. It's not based on rankings. It's a free open entry for the series. So you're going to have some aliens in the top 5, and you're going to have some pro-ams, etc. in the bottom 5, and everybody needs to play nicely with everybody else.
I mean, it's not incorrect. It's unfortunately the way that it is sort of structured. Like you said, you're going to have the difference in skill levels coming through. I just feel that there's been a lot of chaos that has come out from it, and I'm sure that there might be a couple of comments on this afterwards, and that's okay. I stick by my comments that I make, and to be fair, it's just what I observe as a broadcaster out here. It's just, you gotta stay predictable. You gotta try your very best to not sort of cause issues. And I'm not saying it's all done on purpose, right? I'm just saying that M6 has been one that I've, I don't have a great memory. There's no arguing with that. But if I remember something multiple times, then I'm going to, was that a little pass for position coming
That
through
was
there?
a total pass for position.
I mean, was it a given for free position as well as Black Ribbit Sim comes through?
No,
It's just like he moved out the way. It's like,
Renner
cool,
just, he missed the apex there, and he was trying to stay out the wall, and Gambon had a huge turn on that farm. Oh my word! And he just drives into the back of the Bentley, so that's not going to go down too well.
Oh, stewards are going to be very much kept busy with that one. Jaden Gambon. I mean, this is probably one of the quicker drivers in the Black Ribbon Sim team.
That Bentley.
Rejoins the circuit, forces others to play dodgems out there, but the number 67 does get to the circuit, doesn't play in the victim, luckily. But he's probably, you know what, you start to see red. You've just been hit into, the red list is there, you're just like gunning for the racing line, and Jaden Gambon almost makes a big mess up of that, manages to keep it going. Here we get a little race replay of what took place here.
Yeah, look, the Aston just basically missed his braking point. He was in a huge draft and he couldn't slow it down in time. And that's the outcome of it. I don't think there was any malice or intent at all. The Bentley did get a good drive through Forest Elbow because the Aston ran wide, but it's the quality of the rejoin is very... Oh, hang on. And here we got a very slow Lamborghini coming up the hill now through Quarry Griffin Mount. Very slow as Gambon arrives on the scene. Oh, everybody's going to have to brake here. There's nothing you can really do.
Are we talking about the McLaren or the Lamborghini?
No, the black McLaren ahead of him. It was crawling as it went up the hill. So we've just switched back to Trevaux here in the Porsche. But Gambon in the Bentley arrived on the back of that McLaren, which was almost static at the cutting when he got there. But we've jumped back to another car now, so it's all good. And Beetle, I see going into the pits in the Audi. Fenton in the Lamborghini, here we go. So they're still circulating well in 29th.
I mean, that's that livery template on this car, the yellow and the black.
Yes,
it looks gorgeous. The little red accents. You know, I'm not a big Lambo fan, but I do get excited about them when I see them in real life. And on board with Fenty here as he chases down on Dutafro. Gonna make the pass on the straight. The Porsche looking like it's trying to look for some parking, really, and a nice clean move done by Fenter as they approach the chase. And that's what you got to do. Dutafro actually having a 10-second time penalty against them, so they're not really too phased on losing out that position there. They would have lost it regardless. So
Gambon's brought that Bentley back into the pits. You can see up at the top of the timing screen in 17th. So there was some damage and some drama from that rear end at the end of Conrad Straight. But, you know, as you said, you see red and you want to get on the racing line and get going. You've got to understand in this race, the stewards will deal with the issues at hand. So I'm sure there will be a penalty handed out to that Aston Martin for the rear end. It was avoidable, but it wasn't intentional. Let's just make that very clear. Venter here arriving now on the back of a very slow, and there's another McLaren slow here again. As they're coming up here, I'm not sure, but if a car loses its momentum as it goes up and over the hill, and they're side by side going up next to McPhillamy Park, this is oh dear, and that car's just hammered the ball there.
I think yes, the thing.
Hello,
okay, I know what I need to do.
Bathurst has joined us in the
Bathurst is live on air.
He's here for the whole YouTube channel. No, I think our producers muted him anyway. So
yeah, it's all good now.
He just decided no, I'm not allowed to talk about that.
Right, so Paul Fenter's struggling here as he comes off the mountain again. But that McLaren just behind him, I'm trying to just see who that was. It's 17th. It was Eddie Kirstein, I think. Kirsten.
I mean, these I mean, Gambon with that stop-go penalty, stop-go 30. I mean, is that for something that's been infringed in the pits? Because I mean, you said he was going in, and then Richard took over the car, so I think he's maybe sped in the pit box on exiting there, Richard Herring.
Yes, I think the SG will be a penalty speeding out the pits. The McLaren was, in fact, 526. It's just gone into the pits. Eddie Kirstein that was having a problem going up the hill earlier. So I have caught up, and it was, in fact, that McLaren. So a couple of changes and a couple of dramas happening. A whole bunch of cars in the pits right now. So we are literally 5 minutes before the hour, the last hour of this endurance. And if anybody's running your stock standard pit stop strats, we've got Sheldon de Treveau, we've got Benjamin Till, Kevin Skeppers, Eric Kirstein doing a repair as well, Eugene van Lochrenberg. There's a bunch of cars in the pits here. Brian Lewis is busy coming in. So we should be seeing some position changes happening. Jason Gray in the Boatley, he, as you so rightly pointed out, a sailor. I used to work in one of the shops in Cape Town, and I know of this man. I don't know him personally, but I do know he is a sailor down here in Cape Town. And they are now running a net fourth and doing quite well. Here's Eddie Kirstein as he's come out the pits. The McLaren is fixed. Yes, all good. So car's been repaired and everything's good. And he's heading back up the hill.
No rain on the radar, as like you mentioned, it was going to start to clear up, and it has. Blue sky is starting to peek their way through. I know that sighs of relief from the drivers are coming through. I think it would have added a huge spanner in the works had we come out into rainy conditions for the last hour. But so far, it's been cleaned up.
Sure, they're Bentley doing a send on the final corner as we switch to Renner. Renner on the way up the hill, trying to go around the outside of this Porsche of Lewis. Doesn't get this right. So 14th and 15th place we're looking at the moment. No, wrong Porsche, I beg your pardon. Lewis is in the pits at the moment. This is Stein up ahead of him.
I mean, Renner, in my opinion, right? I mean, this is going to be a very humble opinion that comes out, and I'm not a steward, but I mean, he had that smash into the back of Gambon, right?
Yeah.
Completely missed the braking zone, used Gambon as a set of Brembos, continued to drive off, okay? He gets a 15-second time penalty, which is fine,
Yes.
but he also at this set, we talked about this before, right? Is drivers can either yield a position back, and there's plenty of places here, like down the straight, so you can kind of just ease off the throttle, give a position back, maybe lighten up the wrath from the stewards, or you get the maximum time penalty that can be applied, which is 15 seconds. So I feel like, Renner just having a little bit of a Harry Potter moment there.
Wow. He jumped I hear you.
It's like, I still feel that we need to look at heftier penalties for collisions in those sort of circumstances. I'm not talking about the little racing incidents where two cars are going side by side and they have like a little neck code touch together. I'm talking about you miss your braking point and you smash into the back of somebody. I feel like those penalties need to be more than just a 15-second time penalty that comes out, because that driver on the circuit certainly loses more than that time. You parked up in the gravel or damage or whatever it is, you're not making up that time when you come back out. So, I mean, that's going to be how I feel about these things all the time. I think there's almost incentive for people to, make a mistake, but then not even worry about having to give a position back, because what you get from the stewards is going to be less than if you actually waited and gave a position back.
Yeah, I hear you. It's a very difficult. It's a very debatable topic, George, and I don't know what side of the fence I'm going to sit here, but there's always going to be the pros and cons to, what do you do after an incident like that, and what should be the correct outcome. A gentle tap or a hard tap or an outright hammering, they all have a different recourse at the end of the day. While we're talking of this, by the way, just watching Van der Merwe and Steyn, this is for position, I think. No, it's not. Again, sorry, I've got the wrong screen on me. So now watching Vermeulen again in his Bentley as he snakes through at the top of the mountain and manages to hold on to that. He's in 19th place. Okay, there we go. But yeah, it's should Renner have lifted perhaps and maybe given the position back? Would the other team that did get the punt not report it, in other words, and then hope that he wouldn't have got the penalty? I don't know. The guys are going to still feel bereaved because they were hammered off the track, and they're going to say, oh, we just got hit, and it doesn't matter that he gave the position back. He shouldn't have done it. It was unavoidable, etc., etc. It's a topic that we could sit around the fireplace and talk about for hours with some beers and some steaks, and everybody will have a different opinion at the end of the day, George.
Yeah, I mean, I've always kind of driven home that I think in sim racing we have a little bit of a different racing standard to what happens in real life, where drivers just continue racing and waiting for the stewarding team to come back at it. And I think in those circumstances, I mean, their stewarding teams are faster and bigger and have the ability to kind of look at everything without it being reported. Yeah. It's just in my humble opinion that if you cause something, you act like a D-head on the track, right? That you kind of have a little bit of a gentleman's approach, and you say, okay, well, I'll give that position back. I caused myself to have this damage. I caused that person to have some damage. I'll let them pass. The steward's looking at that, go, okay, the positions have sorted themselves out. Maybe, okay, cool, there was a tap, maybe a 5-second time penalty gets added onto it. But the driver sort of motives become to be a lot more sort of professional as we go on board with Walker going out through Skyline and down through the dip. He's chasing down onto Renner, and Renner's the person that I was talking about that was involved in that incident, and he's got a 15-second time penalty for that incident that he caused, which I still just feel, in those circumstances, I think it's very circumstantial. That's what you've said, and I agree with that aspect, because in one situation it would apply, and in another situation it wouldn't. And then what is a racing incident and what's not? I think in sort of cases where it's mass negligence and you've completely centered and missed where you're meant to go, I think there should be some accountability. Side by side, Walker said, what a move coming out from Walker, a little switcheroony. Renner robbed in pure daylight, going to be asking for his money back, not even understanding how that Bentley managed to slip on through there, and Renner actually going to peel into the pits. So a pity pit stop going to come out, and he's going to serve that 15-second time penalty too.
I mean, in this instance with his penalty, he basically essentially he drops 3 positions. So if we think back to that incident, the Bentley got pushed long onto the grass. He didn't really turn around. He just drove through the sand trap back onto the track, and he maybe lost one position, the position that they were racing for. So the penalty kind of is a lot harsher in the greater scheme of things, because the net result is Renner loses a lot more time. But he did make the mistake, let's be honest. He outbraked himself, and any accident from behind, the driver at the back is responsible, because he's looking forward, irrespective of what the driver ahead did. But it's a topic that's it's not in black and white. It's a very grey area, and everyone will have multiple opinions on this. Jay Krobler here in 15th place. JC hammering the Porsche now up the hill, and they've been going well. Also, one of the nice default liveries, I do like the look of this. KCMG having moved across from the almighty Godzilla Nissans to Porsche last year, and this is the end result. A very familiar color scheme on this car, and a good looking Porsche, by the way. And yes, I do. I'm a big fan of the Porsches. I mean, I was just pulling your leg earlier, that's all.
No, I know. I mean, we wouldn't be able to share the same room for 4 hours if, you didn't like the Porsches. We'd have driven each other mad by now. But I do. I'm a fan of the car. I'm a fan of the driver, JC Krobler. I mean, the man has come a long way in sim racing. Been there from the very beginning when I started out, and back down in the Project Cars 2 things when I was doing that for Dominus Gaming and getting involved with Monday Night Racing. And
awesome.
he's just come from strength to strength, and he certainly had some antics out on the racetrack before. I think him and I have both had a couple of our fair share of people being like, what is that driving standard? But he's just proven himself to be so quick and up there. He's there to help people that need help with setups. He's there to add guidance, and honestly, if you need someone that has their head screwed on the right way with being able to add some guidance, give you some tips and tricks. I mean, he's only a message away out on the Discord side, and there's very few people that I know that don't get on well with JC Krobler these days. He's an absolute gem, and we're very privileged to have him in our scene.
Yeah, JC, I have seen him have a couple of very debatable races, and he did disconnect 1 or 2 of them, but certainly shows a huge amount of pace. He's very quick, and in this race doing very well, running 14th, and lap times 2:02s. Quickest lap at 2:02.0, and this last lap at 2:02.2, so 2/10 of the quickest lap time. Very happy with the car with after 3 hours worth of racing. So JC and the Porsche have very happy. He's very comfortable in how the car's handling and going well. In fact, look at that, George. The sun is up and out, and we are sub 60 minutes now. We're down to 55 minutes left of this, the Mount Panorama steady state, 4 hours, part of the endurance series with Raceface. Oh, he runs a bit wide there, and he had to lift because he was going to be... What is going on here? This, sorry, again, watching that stream. The Bentley coming down the hill now. 19th. Jacques Vermeulen in the car now. These Team East for DMR Racing, so they had a recent pit stop and a driver change from Paul Fenter heading over to Jacques. And Jacques in the car now. They are 5 seconds down, at least 5 laps down from the leaders. They're currently on 84 laps and some change. Luke Addison now on 89 laps, the leader, up and running. And that is Richard Herring, who is halfway down Conrad Straight behind him. So he's in amongst some traffic and having an awesome race as well. So we now wait for the leaders. Luke Addison, I see Jason Absmeyer has gone into the pits. Kieran is now in 6th place. So Kieran has completed his final pit stop, and he is now on the track for the rest of the race. He was in 2nd just now. He's taken his penalty as well. So Luke Addison, Absmeyer, Jason Gray, Radloff, and Bernard King, and Kieran Patterson, all on 88 laps. Luke Addison now and Jason Absmeyer going to 89 laps. So they're a little bit ahead, but all of these guys still need to pit. Honor Fasaki now in the pits from 7th place. So he's now getting his last pit stop done and dusted and out the way as he pulls into his box. And this is now going to boil down to the final podium positions. As we know for a fact, unless there's a massive disconnect, we should see Luke Addison and GTWR with Jordan Sherritt on the top step, position 1. But it's all going as far as 2 and 3. You can't tell me who is 2nd and who's 3rd with pit stop still to come.
I mean, it's going to come down to that final hour push. Like you said, it's similar to what we see in the sprint races when we normally race during the week. So everybody kind of accustomed to this duration of race that's left. I mean, it really has felt like it's flown by, though. It hasn't felt like 4 hours here at Bathurst. And as we start to get ourselves into this position, this is where it's just full send. It's time to now make up positions if you are behind. For the guys sitting up at the front, it's time to just make sure that they get the car back across the line in one piece. And we can't really predict how things are going to finish. It is Bathurst at the end of the day, but Thunder Mava coming very nice and close to the inside wall at the cutting. You could not fit a piece of paper between him and the wall coming in through there, and it's a beautiful livery.
Oh, and again, I think he just hammered it coming over the top there.
I think he kind of knows where the cameramen are standing, and he's trying to give them the best shot of that Eleanor Winstratton livery coming through.
Exactly. I think it's a Rizzler paper. Let's be specific on what type of paper it is.
Yeah, this is very true. But you know what? Up for grabs, courtesy of FSU Development, a 1,250 Rand voucher, and then some nice merch, courtesy of Steady States, for the rest of the podium.
There you go.
Hopefully, I was completely wrong. I said to you earlier, I thought there was prize money up for grabs like we had out at Suzuka. But if you guys know any sponsors that want to get involved, want to get a nice little logo at the top of the stream, and want to offer up some prize money, I mean, this is the place to do it now, isn't it?
It is. The endurance series being what it is, it's on Raceface, but it's being held across the top tracks around the planet, which the International GT Series does go and race at, including Spa, Kyalami, Mount Bathurst, which we're watching today, and a couple of other ones coming up. And that's going to be on for the next couple of weeks, months, going towards Christmas. So anybody that does want some open coverage, get some exposure for their business, and wants to promote and help promote the sport and the driving, the coverage of it will gladly, the organisers will gladly entertain some additional sponsors for the series. Van der Merwe coming up the hill. He is heading now in towards the cutting, and we're watching him as he goes up and goes through the mountain. Just watching. I'm just looking at the timing screens to see if anything's changing anywhere else. No one else in the pits as yet. YouTube stream, everyone's still there. Jason Gray keeps on having messages deleted. What is it that you're saying that people are not happy with?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
He said something about why are we watching a Porsche? Porsche's ugly, something like that.
Oh, okay.
So he may have been moderated, and I don't regret it, to be honest.
All good. Sim Syndicate, Tom's Box, Dream Team, Brian Lewis is there. They had brake failure. Bad luck there, Brian. Seriously, but at least they're on it and out. Gareth Hawkins also out the car, and he's joined us having some chats. Tariq Adams there. It's not much more that Tariq Adam can say except look at us, we're in first. What a team. So GTW are doing really well. This Aston Martin, we're still watching Rob van der Merwe. And there we go, the leaders are in the pits. So as I said, the last pit stops are coming up. We have Luke Addison in the pits, Jason Abbs in the pits, and now we are going to start seeing the final positions get prepped for who's going to finish in second and third. Jason Gray in third, Radloff and King. All three of those cars also will need to pit. There we go. Radloff now just peels off into the pits. So looking at Abbs, he's just driven out the pits, and here's Radloff coming into the pits. Abbs now going up the hill. Pit stop is done and dusted. Where is he on the track in relation? So Kieran Patterson coming through T1, and Absmeyer is up at the top of the hill. So that was a very short pit stop for Jason Absmeyer. I don't know if that's long enough to carry the car all the way to the end or not. Maybe they didn't do a tyre change, but he has leapfrogged over Kieran a good couple of seconds. Chris Radloff in the pits now. So Jason Gray in third, also going up and towards the mountain. He needs to pit in the big Bentley, and he is not too far behind Etienne Kleb. There's just the orange and yellow, the pink and orange Aston Martin in between them. So that's for position between second and third place. And yeah, so Etienne Kleb, they didn't do a repair on the car, and I don't know if they did a tire change. That was probably just a refuel. So it was a much shorter change, but they did do a driver change, and Etienne now driving the car for the last stint. And we're going to see if he can hang on to this gap as we wait for Gray and King to actually do their pit stops. Kieran into fifth. His pit stop's done and dusted. Sherrod back into the car for the final stint for GTWR. And Jordan coming down the hill now towards the chase. Bernard King right behind him in fourth place, looking to try and either unlap himself or just rattle Jordan's cage. That's not for position, but Jordan would do well just to actually let him go past if he really wants to, so that he doesn't need to push that hard.
I mean, drivers are they're allowed to unlap themselves.
Oh,
right?
they are indeed, yes.
So I guess
Just saying, it could be a better idea for Jordan to consider just letting him go, because I doubt he'll go all the way around still to catch him. He's a good few laps back, and Jordan just doesn't need that pressure behind him.
I mean, for Jordan, this is racing for him. Sometimes, when you are a couple laps ahead, try and extend the gap. That's what you're trying to do. And just knowing Jordan, it's for pride. You're not lapping cars for them to unlap themselves. You're lapping them to put some distance between your team and their team.
Got you.
Some banter ammunition, really. But I mean, there's been some good battles. I think very impressed with Kleb and Absmeyer, what they've managed to achieve together. Their Aston has just been dialed in, and I mean, we've seen them make some contact with the wall. They've struggled at certain parts of the track, but they've pulled it all together and holding on to a very, very comfortable second place here.
Oh, this Mercedes is hammered. They're coming up to past a very slow Mercedes just up the road. Etienne Kleb goes by, Jason Gray goes by. Etienne Kleb, this is his first out lap. So timing wise, his last lap at 3:01. So this will be his first quick lap with what the Aston's pace really is. So Abs and Kleb decided not to do a repair, and I don't believe they changed tires, but I could be mistaken. We'll see what this lap time is, and this is what the real pace of this car is for the end of the race, and that lap was a 2:04.5. Jason Gray doing a 2:04.2, but he is unfortunately still going to need to pit. Bernard King right behind the Bentley, as we see a couple of other cars peeling off, or I see, but Bernard King, his last lap at 2:04.9. Kieran in fifth, who has pitted and running with fresh everything, doing a 2:03.2. So Kieran is going to try and close the gap down to Etienne Kleb. That's going to basically be the race that we're going to watch soon. But I would like to see where Bernard King, I wonder if he's still got a pit to do or not.
Yeah, that was just about what I was going to say is,
Yeah.
are pit stops all served up, or are there still some people that have kind of extended their stints and need to go in for another one? And I wonder what sort of tire life they still have left, whether people have double stinted on a set of tires or they've been making tire swaps between. I'm pretty sure that you're trying to get as much advantage as you can. Not going to be changing tires as often if you can avoid it. But we know how tricky and treacherous this circuit is without the grip. So it'll be interesting to sort of see what pit stop strategies people have run through post-race when we catch up on the chat. And I mean, that's always interesting to try and see what's kind of made this race for people.
Got you. Bernard King, I'm not sure. I think they have. He's showing a little bit of flicking going on with his pinging again. Jason Gray definitely in third place has to go and pit, so he's well out of where he needs to be. So I think we'll have to see. It's just outstanding on what's going to happen with the last two drivers. But Sherritt and Kleb are done and dusted. I think it's the as we see Kieran now coming past the King. So Kieran up into fourth place with Jason Gray going in the pits. That puts Kieran in third, and he's going to now close down the gap between him and Etienne Kleb.
So, I mean, the pressure is on. The hunt's going down. I mean, these gaps are certainly what we want to see down to the very wire as we start to see the closing phase of this race come in. And the sun is out to celebrate that. No rainfall today,
Indeed.
but we have seen it go from overcast to the sun shining, and it could have gone the other way, to be fair. But, you know,
It could have.
It hasn't.
It could have, but it didn't. Sorry, buddy. There's just seriously, as much as you may think we might have had more entertainment with rain, it would have been treacherous on the mountain.
Oh, Gray. He's that's a big mistake from Jason Gray.
Oh,
A big mistake
it's
from
a
Gray.
bad place to be. Get going. Well done. Wow, guys had to do an additional S-bend. Here comes our leader. Our leader, Jordan, is arriving. Wow, he just flies right by. No problem. I can do this.
But let's just talk about that. I mean, Gray was less than 0.8 of a second behind Kleb, and that pressure that he put himself under has cost him catching up to that. I mean, I'm not sure if he's got damaged, but I mean, if he has picked up damage, that's going to be something that he looks back at after the race and goes, "Oh, that was my moment to sort of hound down onto Kleb." Kleb's super hard to pass. You've seen that already demonstrated.
Here's a replay.
Let's have a look.
Oh yeah, he just hit that.
Oh, he just
curb.
upset. Yeah, he just upsets the car on the curb. He's in that. Oh, that McLaren did a great job to avoid
And the
him as well.
Ferrari.
Everybody did a great job. He's just parked it up there, like you said before. Bentley roadblock taking place.
He had to pit anyway, so that wasn't going to be for position. There was always a pit stop due, and here he comes in, so it's done and dusted. That was Bernard King in that Ferrari going, I beg your pardon, not Bernard King, Daniel Rowe in the Ferrari, that's right. So they did very well to get by and not make contact with that, but that double left hand going past Salmon Park and McPhillamy Park up at the top, it's so difficult, and you go down through that dip, then up, and you've got to hit that corner without hitting that apex, and that it's through the Bentley completely, so it was expected. So
Hit the apex without actually hitting the apex.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Here we go. So there we go. Pits happening now for Jason Gray. So this is it. We have Jordan Sherritt from Etienne Kleb from Kieran Patterson. That is first, second, and third. And the gap now between Etienne Kleb and Kieran Patterson is 18 seconds with 40 minutes to go. That's the gap we need to watch. This car was not repaired at their pit stop, Etienne Kleb, when Jason Absmeyer handed the Aston over. So the car is carrying damage. Etienne Kleb's lap time is doing 204s. Kieran's doing low 203s. So he's at least 1.5 to 2 seconds quicker than Etienne. And we'll see if he actually can close this gap up and get himself into second place for a higher podium finish. Considering this youngster's been in the car now for 3.5 hours on his own. Okay, it's not a Harry Spears thing, but it's still impressive.
No, he's done brilliantly. You'll have to get him some lunch after this is done, Alan.
Lunch, like it.
Lunch or dinner. It's been that sort of long day that's come in, and then we've got some Formula One this afternoon, which is also exciting. So, which Formula One team do you support, Alan?
I am a Max fan. I'm a Red Bull fan, but I'm a George Russell fan as well, and a Norris fan.
Yeah.
So it's the usual bunch. Right, listen to me. Etienne Kleb's last lap was a 2:04.2. Kieran's last lap a 2:02.9. So almost 2 seconds quicker. Etienne Kleb cannot keep the pace that Kieran's doing on track for 37 minutes. That's my honest opinion. We're going to get down to probably about 10 minutes left of the race, and the race for second place, they'll be nose to tail.
I like those kind of predictions. That's exactly what I signed up for when he hit the mountain. One small mistake, and that could happen even quicker if Kleb finds a wall. Patterson just got to keep his head down, make sure that he relies on that pure pace that he's got, and he's done this solo the whole time. It's also almost rewarding to know that you get yourself up to a position. No one is going to be able to throw that away other than yourself. You're not giving it to another driver. You've managed to get here. Hawkins running very wide there on the exit. Blue flags are waving, just keeps out of the way of Kieran, lets him get through. It's going to be a goodie. And
it is. Look at the bottom right-hand
Van der Merwe is parked up in through the top end of the mountain there. Patterson edges the inside apex. Deploy finds the Bentley wall with his Bentley. I wonder how many pieces of paint we've actually put onto that wall over the last 4 hours.
Yep, definitely. I'm watching Etienne Kleb personally. He is arriving on some traffic up ahead of him now. And the traffic looks like it is racing. It is Sas van der Westhuizen's Ferrari. And they are in... Let me just see what position. It's Lindsay Hans in the car. He is down in 24th place as Etienne goes past him. So he gets past one. He's now got the Aston Martin just up ahead of him. And the Aston, I think, is Leon de Toy. And they're in 26th position. Oh my word. And then just up ahead of them, you can actually see in front of Etienne Kleb is about 5 cars. So that's going to make life very difficult for Mr. Kleb in the last half an hour of this race. And but then again, Patterson's also got a whole bunch of traffic that he's going to have to deal with, I'm sure. But we shall see who manages to get through this as cleanly and without any unnecessary 5, 10, 15-second penalties. There's a bit of replay. That orange and pink Aston going straight through at the top of the mountain, and then getting a whole tank slapper going on at the Big Dipper, and that's a really terrible place to be. I have been in that situation in an M6, and I just quit the game. You cannot turn around for me. I just went, I give up.
It's like in the LAN days where you just pull out the LAN cable and just be like, whoops, sorry.
Give me a side cut as quick. Click.
Yeah. But you called this. I mean, Patterson is really hunting down onto Kleb. Kleb getting caught up in that traffic. They did a good job to let him by. Patterson now caught up behind Van Nieuwenhuizen. And this could also be a position that he is going to struggle with, to be fair. Going to have to negate this traffic. Van Nieuwenhuizen on the back stretch going to have to just peel out of the way. And just allow Patterson to get by. Stays to the right of the track, allows Kieran to get through. And Kieran on the war drums now, banging away, trying to catch up to Kleb. 34 minutes and 13 and a half seconds, the gap to make up. So certainly
it was 17, so that's 5 seconds.
He's making an incredible time here, and I think those that backmarking traffic also just helping him along as he goes.
Bernard King in 4th place, and Jason Gray having pitted coming back out in 5th. So they have done very well. Net 5th place then for Jason Gray and his teamies. So they've done great stuff. Heinrich de Vet, Daniel de Villiers in 7th place. So they still have some room to improve after having some problems earlier on. And we'll see where they come out for Hybrid Academy. But just watching at the moment to see Daniel Rowe going through the cutting and up the hill in the Ferrari. They were right in the thick of things earlier on, and as it is with Mount Panorama, I don't care who you are, there's going to be problems. You put one tire too far over that curbing, or put it in the sand, and it can turn the car around immediately. And we've seen it happen with almost everybody, except the leading car today, actually. So they've done very well to be where they are and what they've done. Let's make no mistake about that. That's why they are who GTWR is.
Yeah, they are certainly representing out here.
Oh, you cannot go. That's far too late through there. Missed that apex completely. And it's incredible if you miss that apex at Skyline, the rest of the S's in the dipper just becomes like a ping ball table. You just go from one wall to another. Right,
Alan, I'm just shooting you a quick message. I need you to quickly do a solo stint here.
No problem. Yeah, I got you. That's fine. Off you go. So, watching Patterson, here he is in third place, coming through the chase, and he is closing in and trying very hard to catch up to Etienne Kleb. 30 minutes to go, half an hour. That gap currently, I'll tell you what's going on. Etienne Kleb's last lap at 2:05.5, Kieran's at 2:03.5, 2 seconds quicker. So you can see the gap now down to 10 seconds. But however, now Kieran Patterson's got to deal with the traffic that Etienne Kleb had to deal with shortly. I'm just going to see, I think there's somebody here. Hold on 2 secs for me. Are you there?
Hello, Alan.
How are you, Sus?
I am sweaty, but very happy. Very
Awesome.
happy with how the previous stint went.
Good, man. So you were in the car, we assume. So everything go okay? You managed to do a few rounds over the mountain without too much drama happening?
I think I had one side swipe on the top there. I can't remember what it's called.
Okay.
Slight side wipe. It was about 4 seconds of damage, but that was it. Car felt solid. I was comfortable. Able to get some nice overtakes done as well. Was fighting hard to just build some pace.
Yeah, good man. We're currently watching Patterson on the live stream, and your car is right behind him as they go over the mountain. And these Bentleys obviously having a moment, and that's holding Kieran up. But that's Lindsay Hunt's in the car at the moment, correct?
And Lindsay is currently in the car, and that's Kernick in front of him, P21. So this is a battle that is yet to start unfold. I have it on good authority that Kieran is currently probably around a second faster than Kernick, so we should be able to get this overtake done soon.
Awesome. Well, not Kieran, you mean Lindsay?
Kernick, Lindsay, yes, sorry, I was talking to Kieran all day yesterday.
Yeah, no, Lindsay arriving there, so there we go. We do have a close-up of him, although the entry name is all wrong, and it's not Johans, but all good.
Yeah, I need to speak to Bathurst to try and fix that for the next race.
Yeah, all careful as they come through T1, Hull Corner as it's known, and heading up the hill, up Mountain Straight for another lap. Jordan Sherritt on 101 laps, Etienne Kleb and Kieran Patterson 100 laps, and then the rest of the field 99 and lower. But you've enjoyed yourself for the day though, Sus?
I've really enjoyed it. I'm nice and tired now, but I'm looking forward to bringing this baby home.
Awesome. Well, net 22nd. Did you have any kind of where you wanted to be, where you were anticipated?
We qualified 19th.
Okay. So you've told me before you've always wanted to try and finish higher than your quali.
Usually, unless something catastrophic happens. In that case, I'm taking something very close to where we qualify.
I got you. I got you. All good. So he's doing well here, and currently 21st. You're chasing Mike McGear.
I think Mike is well up the road.
He's gone through turn 1 already.
He pitted just before us, so that put him at a very good advantage. I overtook him just before my stint ended, so he's about a pit stop ahead.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to hold thumbs, but I don't want to jinx someone else. Then I'm the bad guy.
All good.
So if Mike has a problem, then we might be able to sneak a lucky 20th finish there. But I'm happy top 25.
there's nothing wrong with wishing bad luck on opponents.
Yes, he feels nothing. He's got
I mean, I'm just saying it how it is as a competitor. Like, for the stream, it's nice to say, well, we hope that they have a great race, but inside, it's okay to also feel like, well, if you touch the wall, then I won't be sad.
Yeah, bad luck.
I will admit, I put someone in a very difficult spot with an overtake. They were running a very defensive line just after the mountain straight, that peak to the left.
Yeah.
They were running a defensive line. I was like, I'm backing out of this corner no matter what, but I'm alongside them. They just completely outbraked themselves and ran wide.
Straight through, yeah.
So I got a free position for that, but that
Good.
was kind of a purposeful move on my side. It didn't touch him. It was just putting him in a bad spot to try and force an error.
It's what you have to do at a track like Bathurst. I mean, it's all about sort of confidence breaking, my favorite term in the world, and being able to put people into a spot where they underestimate what they're doing. They carry too much speed, and they're the ones that run themselves offline. It's the same as making sure that somebody doesn't get the best racing line, the best exit out, compromising that so that you can take advantage of it. I mean, those are all the bits and pieces of racing that need to be done in a circuit like this, where you are limited to your abilities and opportunities to really make big overtakes.
I fully agree, but yeah, I get what you're saying with it's fine wishing bad luck on someone else, although I don't like doing that.
I mean, in the world of karma, they have a different opinion on those kind of thought patterns, but as a fellow sim racer that's been in those positions, I'd be lying to people to say that I haven't thought, if it happens, it happens.
Awesome. Well, Sus, thanks for coming in and having a chat, and well done on your drive and your team's drive. Hope you enjoyed yourself. You've had a full weekend sim racing stuff, whether you drove or not, but awesome stuff and good result, whatever it's going to be, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and you two gents also thanks for doing the stream. I'm looking forward to just plonking it up in the background while I'm working tomorrow, just to listen to all of the bad things I said today.
All good, mate. We'll chat soon, buddy.
Cheers, gents.
Ciao, man.
Sass.
Right, so while that's been going on, I've been watching this race up ahead, and that's how close it is. It's down to 7.8 seconds. Etienne Kleb having a drama on the previous lap over the mountain, but Kieran also just avoiding some and doing a seriously good job to avoid contact. He's now arriving on the back of De Blanche in the Porsche, and the Porsche does make a gap, and Kieran going up the inside.
Ooh.
And on his way marching forward, but Kieran hit this wall as we're coming to it now at McPhillamy Park. Just now he tapped this wall, and he went very wide around here at towards Skyline, but managed to keep the car facing straight. But you can see at the bottom corner, that's Etienne Kleb, and he's just gone through the dipper. He's arriving at Forest Elbow. Kieran's now at the dipper, and that gap is closing all the time. It's now give or take 6-point-something seconds. So with 24 minutes to go, this will happen before 10 minutes left, I'm telling you now.
And this is what I hinted to earlier. Catching a car is one thing, passing is another. Etienne, a master of defense. Kieran, a master of defense and attack. And in this situation, he's going to have the attack card facing upwards. Needs to make sure that he can catch up to Kleb and then still pass him. So we are on for a phenomenal finish to see who takes home that second position spot. I think Sherritt comfortably clean up at the front, but the battle for second and third place to see who gets those points on the podium. I mean, that is now what we are keeping the focus on. And Kleb, he's going to have he's got a lot of work coming out here. I mean, Kieran's pace is phenomenal. He's certainly delivering, and he's making use of that consistency. We said it before, you have to be fast, you have to be consistent, and he has been closing that gap down, knowing what he needs to do with a limited time frame as well. He's going to be focused on that, and I can't wait to see what transpires here.
I agree. It's coming. While you're watching this, I'll just let you know Sherritt is probably 5 seconds up the road from these two. He has just gone past Daniel Rowe, who's in 7th place. So Sherritt is literally a lap and a half ahead of the whole field. Sherritt on 104 laps, Etienne Kleb on 103, Kieran on 103, Bernard King just goes on to lap 103. In 4th, Jason Gray, Heinrich de Vet and Daniel Rowe 102. So Etienne Kleb, as he now going through the S's, the car, as I said, was not completely repaired. It was the gamble that Jason Absmeyer took to try and save time, and they did. They saved a huge amount of time. But the car's outright performance is lacking now, and Etienne Kleb seriously struggling to match the same pace. The last laps, as an example, a 2:04.1 for Etienne. Kieran doing a 2:03 flat. That's 1.1 seconds quicker. So the gap in the 5-second range, if not, 5.7 seconds. He does that every other lap. He will be there with within 15 minutes, with 15 minutes to go at least. And I think with the performance that Etienne's struggling with, and or the fact that they possibly didn't change tires, it would be great maybe if Abs was watching this on the stream and could maybe just give us some insight on the YouTube channel, or even come and say how's it on the voice channel. They came out the pits so far further ahead of Kieran's pit stop, so I'm convinced. I think they just put fuel. I don't think they did a tire. And there we go. Steve Koenig at the moment in 23rd place as we watch him come out of Forest Elbow and head down the straight. Steve Koenig, his last lap pace-wise, just to give you an example, the leader's doing... Wow, Jordan Scherer just did the quickest lap of the race outright. His last lap at 2:01.1. So that's what's going on in first place. Steve Koenig in 23rd, his last lap at 2:11. That's a whole 10 seconds slower on that lap. That just goes to show what the differential is in this pace, and what we outlined earlier about that's the love of endurance racing. You need to understand the aliens up at the sharp end of the stick and the AM drivers at the bottom end of the stick, and everyone sharing the same track.
Yeah, there's just so many cars, so many opportunities for mistakes to be made. You just got to keep your wits about you the entire time. Kieran's hunt down for that second position spot continues. 20 minutes left to go on the race clock, and then we'll be rounding up this 4-hour endurance here at Mount Panorama, the Raceface Steady State Endurance Series, round 2. It's been a great race. I think I might be out on a limb, but to say we've seen much better racing here than what we saw at Suzuka. Maybe not better, but closer. And as spectators and commentators, it's always nice to have some on-track battles to discuss. GTWR absolutely murdering the field, untouchable here today, similar to what we saw from Spears last time out at Suzuka, but position 1 seems to just be that dominant spot if you're in it, and you do have the talent and the pace, just not really rivaled for positioning, and unfortunately not too much stream time when you are out in that position, but throughout the rest of the field, just some nice close battles between people.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the compilation of the other teams, it's not that much worse. I'm just trying to put this as nicely as possible, but Hybrid Academy, solid team, make no mistake, as is A to B and all the other teams that are here. We've got a quality field of drivers. It's just Sherritt had pole and he nailed the first corner, and that was the end of that. It was done, because the tightness of the McColls in ATK Academy and Hybrid Academy and everybody else now then fighting for their positions just allowed Sherritt to up and run, and we had 18 seconds in the first half an hour of the race. So nobody challenged him because they were busy all defending. If Sherritt had started 4th in this race, I don't think he'd be at the front row of the grid or in the lead position. He would have also then been involved in a little dice somewhere, and it would have made for an interesting result. But same happened with Harry. He nailed the first corner, managed to get the gap, put some daylight between him and 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and it was done. He drove it to the end because he wasn't under any pressure.
He also controversially had a car that didn't have correct DRS favoring. So
true.
He did have a little bit of a rocket boost to seat. But yeah, I mean, Jordan really nailed the start, and his teammates Addison and Adam just supporting him out through this race. They've put themselves in the position that they need to be in. But I mean, and we also saw at the start of the race the little battle between Absmeyer, Rowe, and of course Morgan McCall. They all kind of kept themselves at bay. They weren't able to progress through, and they allowed a big gap to sort of get formed up to first place. So it couldn't have gone better for GTWR, but a stunning team, a bunch of superb sim races, and they deserve every accolade that they take from this race.
They do. Listen, make no mistake, I'm gonna, we can all say who our favorites are. We have our own favorites on the track right now, but that is GTWR. That is the quality of those drivers. Everybody had a chance to do qualification, and Sherrod came out at the sharp end of the stick. Until that stops happening, I don't think you'll see GTWR not win a race unless there's a net failure or a complete disconnect, etc., because the quality of the team and the drivers themselves will just see them clock metronomic laps over this mountain and not put a foot wrong as they do it, versus the hybrid academies and the 80k arenas fighting with each other for position, which we're expecting. Let me not, don't get that the wrong way. They're supposed to be racing each other, but that doesn't help the gap to GTWR, and so that's what's happened today. But right now, let's just get back to here. I mean, there we go. That's second, and there's third just behind him. So Kieran, the gap from 17 down to 3 seconds. He's about to get to the back of Etienne. I'm sure Etienne's doing the best he can with the equipment under him, but it's just not quick enough.
No, it's exactly that. That slight gamble, you mentioned it before, deciding not to repair some of the damage done to the car, save some time going into the pit stop, think that you're going to buy yourself enough time in front. But Kieran Patterson, almost bang on the money from what you predicted, Alan. 10 minutes, we're approaching the 15-minute mark now, and starting to reel in the big fish is Kieran Patterson. And Etienne Kleb going to have to push that little button that he's got on his dashboard. People that have raced against him before will know he manages to press a button and make that car a little bit wider than it really is. So this is going to be such a good finish.
Yeah, it's boiling down to an awesome finish just before the end of this race, and then we'll obviously have the awesomeness that's going to be Zandvoort and F1. So great Sunday afternoons, a bit of motorsport for everybody, both on the YouTube channel here and watching the sim racing and then the GP racing. Hope you guys are enjoying it, and thanks again for being here. Rowan Fisser on the YouTube, Robin File also there. This is all going. This is all happening. Robert, you've arrived here quite late. All the final pit stops are done and dusted, sir. So what you're seeing is essentially what it's going to be to the end. Sherrod will win for GTWR unless there's a complete netcode failure for that team or him. But the result that we want to see and what's going to happen is going to be the race for second place, which is between Etienne Kleb for A2P Racing with his partner Jason Absmeyer, and Kieran Patterson, his partner Byron Kutzer, who couldn't make it. He was pulled out on an emergency call. And here we go. Kieran is here. He's almost in the draft, and now we're going to see what we're going to see.
I mean, this is the perfect place for Kieran to catch up to Kleb. He needed to get as close as possible down somewhere like this Conrad Straight. And without any damage done to his car, you can just see those millimeters increasing and increasing as they come down. And right now, it's all for Kieran to make sure that he does this in the best way possible. Doesn't want to make a mistake at this phase of the race. So he's got 13 minutes to make this move. He doesn't have to do it right now. You can just see where Kleb is lacking, see where he's got the performance, and then plan that move out. You don't want to have to do this with 2 minutes to go. Perfect timing coming out from Patterson to catch up to Kleb, and as predicted, this is the battle then for second place.
Yep. We're going to now see the traffic ahead as well. Needs to keep this in mind. That's for 34th place, and he's going to Edward Francis. It is. He's going to have to. Oh my word! He does stay out, and both the other two Astons go through. So there we go. Etienne gets through. Kieran follows suit. So here we go for another lap, and knowing him, he's going to just keep on applying the pressure. He's not going to try and do anything silly over the top of the mountain. He's just going to hold and wait for the right opportunity. He now knows he's got at least the best part of 5 to 6 laps to get this done. It's just where he's going to get it done. He's got to now work that out. And Etienne definitely going to make that Aston as wide as he can, unless he makes a mistake, and he almost did as he went over there. The Aston getting very leery, so I'd have to hesitate to guess here. Etienne Kleb's tyres are shot. I don't believe that they changed tyres, and I think he's struggling with the grip of the car, which is why his pace is so far off. Kieran right under the wing now. He's going to get a draft all the way down to the chase.
This is it. That's right. This is where his opportunity comes in. He's got the draft. He should be closing down. Kleb going to pick one line, can't weave on the circuit, and the duck out on the outside. Kleb going to set himself up for the exit out of the next 2 corners. But will Kieran be able to do this under braking? Under braking they go. Kleb going to be on the inside here, forcing Kieran to have to go a little bit wider out. Not quite the line he wanted. And just look at that. Under 1 braking zone, 4 or 5 car lengths opened up. And that's the beauty of the defense that you can do out here. There's so few chances to overtake, and everywhere that you can overtake is kind of off the racing line. And that's exactly what Etienne just demonstrated to us. Kieran going to have to look back into the playbook and pick another page.
Indeed, I think with him being a little bit on the outside in that braking point, he was possibly on some marbles, etc. And I think he got a little bit leery coming through the chase. And that, as you can see, has dropped him back 3 or 4 car lengths. It's not really much in the greater scheme of things. He's regathering himself, and this will be another pass over the top of the mountain. There is traffic not too far up ahead of Etienne Kleb, but the other thing is, if Kieran can get super close up into the mountain here and push Etienne up here, there's a chance he might make a mistake. He might graze a wall, might bounce a little bit. And then there's a chance of either a clean pass or there's a collision between both cars. Otherwise, as I can see and what we can see, he's holding back here as they go past. Did I just see? Oh no, he is there. Sorry, I jumped around there. McPhillamy Park, they get through now over the Big Dipper, nice and clean. And Kieran's now going to try and close in and head onto the Conrad straight as close as he can again. Leaves his braking right up until the last moment. And there we go. He's as close as he was on the previous... Well, he's not. He's a little bit further back, but he's going to have to work this out and see how he can solve this as we come down to now sub 10 minutes. It's close. You couldn't have asked for a better finish here.
No, you couldn't. Or maybe first and second, battling it out. But I'll take any battle on the podium as a goodie, especially after 4 hours of racing. Yeah, Kieran just needs to do exactly what you've said. Just keep himself within shooting distance coming out of Forest Elbow, because that Conrad straight, that's really where he's got the best opportunity to use the slipstream and to try and get something done under braking. Wants to put himself sort of in the same position that Kleb keeps putting himself. Force Kleb to be off the racing line, and then you've got it done and dusted. And right now, Patterson closing right down onto the back end. This mountain straight, also a good place to use some slipstream.
Got a good drive.
You can see what Kleb's doing. He's putting himself up for the inside line. He wants to go through that apex, try and force Kieran to go out wide again. He is going to do this. And round the outside, a little contact between the two of them, but that line is going to favor Kleb once again on the flashes. Kieran not too happy with the way that Kleb is defending, but this is the defense of Etienne Kleb. He is going to put you onto an awkward part of the track, and I think a good drive coming out there from Patterson keeps the race going, doesn't put it into the barrier, and that's exactly what you need to do. At the top of the hill, where we are now, I call it the hill, it's more of a mountain. I mean, this is where you can feel so much instability of the car, that flat left-hander coming through as you get to the top. I mean, you've lost grip, you've lost confidence, you can find the wall so easily, and that's the pressure that you were talking about that Patterson just has to keep on applying here to Kleb as they make their way now down the descent. The tight and windies, nowhere to really go here. You just got to get yourself set up for the X, and exactly what Kieran's doing. A nice position to be in. Loses a little bit of drive there. Has to over-slow the car down because of where Kleb had put himself, and Kleb sort of backs him up there. It's a bit of smart driving, and now down the Conrad Straight in the slipstream is Kieran Patterson. Where does he go this time? Kleb going to elect to stay on the same line he did last time, force Kieran to go on the alternative line round. Can he try a little bit of a switchbackaroo here, force Kleb to brake late and see if he can cut back? He can't, but what he's doing here is trying to set himself up perhaps for the run down to the mountain straight as we go back down. 7 minutes on the racing clock to go, and a real fight on our hands we have here, Alan.
I'm starting to bite my lip a little bit now, because what I don't want to see is Etienne maybe over braking for a corner and Kieran taps him by mistake and gets a penalty. So this has to come down to the wire with a neat, clean, proper overtake move, and the braking into Forest elbow there, Etienne was braking heavily, so I'd have to think that he does have handling issues. Well, we know he does, and Kieran needs to just be aware of that, and there's some slow markers up ahead which is going to come into play here as we come down to 6 minutes left. So Kieran is running out of time. This is now the third lap that they're going over the mountain, and it's either going to be a mistake by Etienne, or it's going to be a full-on lick and send by Kieran. Oh, and I think he tapped the wall coming up there, Kieran. So he's pushing hard to try and stay within closing distance. And he doesn't, it was as close as it can get. He doesn't want Etienne to get past the back markers without him having a chance to do that as well. And now the back markers are right there. They have to all slow down completely as they come into the Big Dipper. So Kieran's right here now. And these guys are, they're going to all now get a super big draft down the hill. They've got to brake hard. Kieran brakes late and then climbs on it. And he is now carrying as much momentum as he can. And the cars ahead are going to play into this as they now split and go side by side. Now we've got a huge issue going on. Kieran's down the right-hand side, down the Conrad Straight here. Oh, Etienne manages to squeeze out there. I thought he was going to get blocked in behind that other Aston Martin, but Etienne comes through the kink and swings to the left. The McLaren stays out right. They three abreast almost through the chase, but all clean and all done, no problems. And down we come to Murray's Corner, and 5 minutes left. I can't certainly talk this to the end. You're going to have to do this.
Oh, I mean, my throat is dry. There are nerves being shot all across the field. And Etienne Kleb, I mean, what a bit of driving coming in there. Those back markers going alongside each other on the Conrad Straight. It felt like disaster was looming. Manages to tuck himself back in. Kind of feels like he got the best out of that situation. Kieran again dropping back a couple of car lengths there as he now needs to chase back onto the back of Kleb. All of this, if that amp to play Aston Martin hasn't changed tyres, I mean, certainly going to be munching through them. 4 minutes to go. Can Kleb hold on to this? Patterson trying his absolute best to get through this and try and get himself onto that second place on the podium. And I mean, what a drive it has been, soloed through this from the start. Kleb and Absmeyer sharing the reins of this 666 Aston on screen at the moment, and Kleb in this car defending tooth and nail, not allowing a single space of breathing room to be allowed. If that was given, Patterson would take it, but right now just a masterclass in defense coming out from Kleb, and an amazing performance in terms of attack coming out from Patterson. It's exactly what we wanted to see. We see the split screen shot giving us an overview of our race leader at the moment, GTWR, currently with Jordan Sherritt at the helm. I mean, they've been just a phenomenal force. I said it before, unstoppable, monstered it out, and they will certainly look to take this home. I mean, they unless they completely run out of fuel and are unable to get it to the line whilst everyone else continues to lap it out, that would be a complete catastrophe in their playbook. But the battle that really we've been focusing on, this battle for second position, Kleb and Patterson. I'm sure there's battles throughout the field as well, and I'm sure that the viewers, if they're in other teams, will probably be wanting us to show some more, but we will not take our eyes away from this. The top three, fundamentally the most important ones that we have been following from the very start of this race, and as we go down 2 minutes 50 on the clock, Patterson back on the rear diffuser of Kleb.
Indeed. I just quickly flew through the rest of the top 10, and everyone is well spaced out. So there's no real other dices besides this one, as you can see by the deltas on the timing screen. Etienne Kleb hanging out here on the right-hand side. Kieran follows suit, and they go past the Lamborghini, and super close as they go through Quarry's Bend. And there's more traffic up ahead. It's this lap plus one more if I can, well, maybe not, depending on where Jordan is, so we'll have to see. I think there's maybe one more lap in it. So
yeah, I think it is. I mean, 2 minutes on the clock, and he's coming out through Forest Elbow. We should get one more after this.
So Kieran's going to have to commit, and however it's going to play out, it's either going to be, oh wow, you got close to the wall there. It's either going to be a second or a third, hopefully, if there is any dramas. And they're arriving now on the back. Oh, and he gets a great drive through the SEs and into the dipper. He's now right under Etienne's wing. And again, we've got a bunch of traffic up ahead that's going to affect their run down Conrad Straight. Hard braking, turn in, sharp apex. Kieran hammers the accelerator, and he's got a much better drive on Etienne now. This is it. Whatever's going to happen, we're going to see it happen now. Etienne down the middle of the track. Kieran's got to make a decision, and he's trying to squeeze it left. So Kieran is now next to the side of the Aston Martin. He's got the apex on the chase.
Oh, this is brilliant from Kieran. Brilliant positioning from Kieran. Kieran on the inside. You're going to force Etienne to brake late. Etienne just turning in there. Not really the greatest part of turning in, and he's going to be punished for that.
Wow.
In letting Kieran come through. What a overtake coming out from Kieran Patterson on what is essentially going to be the final lap. Now he has to just keep it up in front of the likes of Etienne Kleb, but what a drive coming out from Kieran. You know what he's been doing, Alan? He's been following Kleb. He's seen Kleb take that inside line out through, or the outside through the chase, which then sets him up for the inside of the left and right hander, and that's what he squeezed out there. He put himself in that position. Brilliant bit of driving. Kieran Patterson on essentially the last lap, or the last lap plus a couple hundred meters, gets that second position. The pressure's still on from Etienne Kleb, but based on pace alone, I feel like Patterson has this one in the bag in terms of staying ahead. You can just see Kleb falling off in terms of position here. Oh, big crash coming in.
No.
And can you believe it? Crashes into... We need a replay of that. Certainly. Can you believe that? Crashes into a car that has clipped the inside of the cutting, and that will be a very disappointing situation for Patterson.
So, jeez, I was looking at the timing screens, and I saw this on my top monitor. So that's obviously the damage is done. That Aston is now finished. He's going to have to just try and get it to the finish line. Etienne, he's managed to go right around the outside, avoid that whole contact. So back up into second place. It's done for him. Kieran's going to just hopefully get this thing back to third place.
Our race leader, Jordan Sherritt's going to cross the line, and he's going to take P1 for GTWR. Big performance coming out from the number 33 McLaren. A well-deserved win coming out. They're going to go and park it off at the end of the runoff to celebratory donuts, I'm sure. There we go. Celebratory donuts coming through. Etienne Kleb in second place for Am to Play. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a crazier narrative there. Patterson unfortunately robbed at the cutting, and Kleb managing to avoid that. But here's Etienne Kleb coming down to the line. Last corner to go to take home second place in the 666. What a crazy end to that race. Kleb takes home second place. Kieran Patterson should be limping back over after that contact. There we go in the background to take home position 3. King 4th place, Gray 5th, Rose 6th, Devet 7th, Mumford in 8th, 9th for Deploy, and 10th then for, I think it was Van Furen. Someone dropped out before the very end, but what a crazy turn of events.
There we go. I mean, yeah, I'm at a loss for words. There's the replay. As you can see, that car just planting itself right in front of Kieran. He didn't really have an option as he was committed to that line. So, yeah, tough one for him, but great stuff for Jordan Sherritt, Team GTWR, Tariq Adam, and the boys, everybody there. Great result for them. Etienne Kleb and Jason Ebbs into second, and a huge dice. I hope he enjoyed it. We certainly enjoyed watching it. Kieran Patterson for PWSR into 3rd place. Awesome result. And Bernard King 4th, and Daniel Rowe rounds out the top 5. Pretty much the names that we saw at the start of the race, bar the McCalls. So, yeah, pity about that. But we are done and dusted as far as here's a replay again. Yeah, what can you do? I mean, Kieran, he was on line to take that normal line up the mountain. I cannot believe that, actually.
No, absolutely.
I'm at a loss for words.
Absolutely robbed. And, as they'd say on Top Gear, right, Alan, on that bombshell, we have to conclude the race here at Bathurst. Raceface.Pro Steady State Endurance Series. If you enjoyed what you saw, don't forget to leave us a like and a subscribe. We will be back for round 3 as we head to Imola on the 3rd of October. Another 6-hour endurance coming up. Stay tuned to see more from that. My name is George Smith, in the box with Alan Patterson, bringing you the action, and of course all the cameras and broadcast action being brought out to you by the gents at Steady State. So big shout out to everybody for tuning in, and we hope that you all go and enjoy the Formula One now, don't we, Alan?
Definitely. George, thanks. It's been fun being with you. I did enjoy it. Great coverage, great race. The guys performed for us. I hope you guys enjoyed it on the live stream. But right now, I think there's nothing more that we can say. It was a solid, easy win, flag to flag, essentially, for GTWR. Bathurst done and dusted. We look forward to the next round, as you put it, and we're now all going to just say thank you, and we're going to go and watch the Formula One at Zandvoort. I think